Welcome everyone, we've got Catalyst and Vortex facing off on red line to see who takes the win today. Catalyst has traditionally looked very strong in this matchup, holding a 66% win rate overall, but the momentum has shifted slightly after Vortex dominated their most recent head-to-head meeting. We have to see if that confidence carries over through this series. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Vortex is currently sitting higher on the ladder. Vortex is looking really sharp right now, taking full control of the pace early on. Catalyst just barely edges ahead, clutching a narrow 3-2 lead. We're deadlocked. Vortex forces a total stalemate. He's really playing up to his higher rank here. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on now, carving out a narrow lead as the series progresses. Neither side is backing down, we're tied at 4-all. Catalyst reclaims the advantage with a 5-4 lead. He's clearly shaking off that tough loss from earlier today. He's simply too fast right now, taking his third straight round to widen the gap. He's proving to be the much more comfortable player in this specific setting. Vortex manages to secure this one, keeping the series tight as we head toward the break. The higher rated player is proving he belongs at the top of the ladder. Catalyst holds a 7-5 edge at the break. Everything is playing out exactly as the numbers suggested. He looks very comfortable on this map and is capitalizing on that familiarity right now. Time to switch sides. Vortex closes in, trailing by only a single point. A really impressive way to handle the pressure right now. Vortex is really putting on a clinic right now, continuing his run with a nice read from the ramp. The higher seed is really making a case here. He's not slowing down at all, taking a heavy hit but still walking away with the round. A complete reversal of the usual outcome for these two. Unbelievable! He nearly went down but survives this chaotic exchange from the ramp to maintain his momentum. Absolute chaos. He almost didn't make it, but he manages to scrap through and stop the run. Catalyst catches him on the ramp to get this series back to a dead even split. Vortex has had his fair share of trouble with his opponent today. A wild exchange there on the ramp. And Vortex manages to outmuscle him for the trade. Just another highlight in a strong week for him lately. Pure tension now as Catalyst and Vortex hit 10 apiece. Neither player has an inch of ground to give right now. Vortex is really putting the heat on now, putting a lot of pressure on Catalyst to find a response. A flawless read by Vortex to grab his second straight win and put himself on match point. That is an incredibly tight sequence of exchanges. Catalyst puts a stop to the bleed and keeps the dream alive. The slight favorite is finally finding some stability here. What a finish. Vortex shuts the door right there to claim the victory. He really dug deep for that one. To see him overcome those map stats was just a great piece of play. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we've got Phantom and Vortex facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top today. Phantom brings a career win rate of 63% into this lobby. And while that says he's usually the better man, he's coming off a couple of losses in a row. It'll be interesting to see if he can turn the tide today. He's just on fire right now, taking a commanding lead into the early part of the match. He looks much more comfortable than in their last encounter on Mapas. He's just completely untouchable right now. Moving to a 4-0 lead. The world #1 looks completely settled right now. The pressure is mounting for Vortex as he's now completely shut out from the series. Vortex has looked so strong in his last few outings. Vortex answers back quickly to stop the run. He's definitely bringing that confidence from his recent series win over Phantom. Vortex is showing a surprising amount of grit with an 80% win rate in his most recent outings. And honestly, that momentum is making this series much tighter than we expected. He's proven that the gap in their overall ratings isn't nearly as wide as it seems on paper. Phantom's just run away now, leading by 5. The top seed is really exerting his will here. Vortex is really refusing to let Phantom breathe, putting up a fight after that quick encounter. Phantom has a massive 8-3 cushion right now. It's a welcome change of pace for the top-seeded player. Phantom holds a strong 9-3 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's completely defying the pre-match predictions. We expected a closer fight, but the #1 seed is just outclassing him on Italy right now. Vortex needs to wake up now. Vortex picks up around, but Phantom still holds a 5-point gap. Just a glimpse of that 80% recent form coming through. Phantom is just cruise controlling with a 10-4 lead. That top seed is looking a lot more comfortable than he did 16 hours ago. These engagements are happening so quickly now. Neither player is giving the other a second to react. Phantom makes a great play from the wine area to keep his lead wide open. Just an incredible level of precision from the top-ranked player today. Another instantaneous burst, and now he is just one step away from victory. What a way to close it out! He seals the deal with a perfect final blow to take the series. He just looked too sharp today, and those lightning-fast reflexes really gave Vortex no room to breathe. Welcome everyone, we're on Orange today for a great matchup between Catalyst and the favorite Phantom. Catalyst holds a slight lifetime advantage with 400 wins over Phantom in their head-to-head matchups. It's interesting because that long-term edge seems to be offsetting the fact that he's had a much tougher day so far. We'll see if he can keep the top-seeded player off balance. Catalyst is absolutely dominating right now with a 2-0 lead. Phantom has been on a tear in his other matches today. He's simply outclassing the favorite right now, taking a third consecutive round with ease. He's just untouchable, shutting down the high seed with another effortless round. Phantom finally gets a round on the board to slow things down. He's definitely riding a wave of confidence after that 13-5 result earlier. The momentum shift continues as the top seed keeps his foot on the gas. The high seed is finally starting to assert himself. Catalyst has an all-time win rate of 67%, which really puts his current performance into perspective. While the numbers suggest he should be in control, his recent slump today makes this lead feel like a genuine anomaly. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually close this out. Catalyst is cruising with a commanding 3-round lead. That's a big bounce back for the league's top seed. Catalyst is just keeping a steady pace, refusing to let his opponent gain any real ground here. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. The world #1 is finally making his move. Catalyst heads into the breakup 8-4. I mean, this is exactly what the pre-match analysis predicted. He's playing really well, and those 4 straight round wins gave him a huge cushion heading into the second half. Time for Phantom to dig in. Phantom claws back 1, leaving him down 8-5. The top-rated player on the ladder is starting to push back. Catalyst extends his lead to 9-5 with that round. The #1 seed is having a tough time today. The gap is just widening now. Phantom is really starting to look desperate for a way back into this game. He's just outclassing his opponent right now, securing 3 straight wins without taking a single point of damage. He's simply not letting up, putting his opponent on the ropes and moving within 1 round of victory. Sudden response from Phantom to keep the game going for now. A gutsy stand from the higher seeds opponent. He stays sharp, keeping the dream alive with another quick victory. Just a pair of incredibly fast exchanges to flip the momentum. What a finish! Catalyst closes the door and secures the victory. It's a huge result for him, especially considering how tough his day's been up until this point. Welcome everyone. We've got Catalyst and Vortex facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Unbelievable, Vortex barely clings on with a sliver of health after an absolute war of a round. Catalyst really dominates their long-term head-to-head with over 500 more round wins than his opponent. But the momentum has completely shifted since their last meeting where Vortex walked away with the win. Now it's a matter of whether that psychological edge carries him through this set. Catalyst gets a nice clean kill from the ramp to bring this right back to a one-round difference. He's not letting that last match result get inside his head. We're completely deadlocked at 2 apiece now. Vortex is trying to find that same energy from their previous series. He's completely taken over the map now, securing his 3rd straight victory. Vortex has the edge in the current ladder rankings. A quick reflex win for Vortex to pull the score even. The higher ranked player is certainly proving his worth here. Vortex pushes his lead to 4-3 after that play. Vortex is looking extremely confident right now. He's just not missing, ending that contest in a blink of an eye. The ranking difference is showing through right now. Vortex just cleans him right off the ramp to keep this run going. He's really capitalizing on this hot start. The pressure is just too much for Catalyst as he falls once again to this incredible run. This is a rough stretch for the top 5 seed. Catalyst secures another win from the ramp to tighten the gap before the sides swap. Still, a tough day so far with only 10 wins in his last 26. Vortex holds a solid 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, Catalyst usually owns this matchup, but he's looking completely lost right now. He'll need a major turnaround to stop the bleeding. Vortex has pushed the score to 9-4 while keeping his current pace. It's a huge contrast to the way Catalyst has played his last few matches today. He's just not looking like the typical favorite in this pairing. Vortex is simply outclassing him right now, putting on a show from the window to extend his lead. His current hot streak matches the form we've seen from him throughout the week. Vortex shuts him down off the ramp to maintain this huge momentum. It's a worrying trend for a player who normally handles this matchup so well. He manages to put the pressure back on, scoring a clean point. Catalyst is finally digging in and fighting back. He's trying to regain that dominant historical control. Wow, he's on fire. Catalyst finds another easy pick from the ramp to secure a 3rd consecutive win. His overall lead over the other player is starting to feel real. Absolutely crushing it. He secures another point from the wine box to keep this tier going. The gap in the ladder is nearly non-existent between these two. Vortex shuts down the comeback attempt with a clean strike, putting him on the verge of victory. A definitive stop to that momentum shift. He just can't let the game end right there, putting up a huge stand to stay alive. The favorite is refusing to go down without a fight. Unbelievable. Vortex just barely survives that slugfest to seal the map victory. He really fought his way back into the game, but those few critical moments in the middle just decided it. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're live at the arena for a great clash between Phantom and Vortex. Phantom brings an impressive 60% head-to-head win rate into this series. It's clear that the historical dominance is really starting to show here now. We have to see if Vortex can find a way to break that pattern. Phantom's clutching a narrow lead going into round 4. The top-seeded guy is really asserting himself early on. Phantom is just too quick to find those high ground spots, really putting the pressure on right now. He is really making that #1 rank look easy. Vortex is fighting back hard, trailing by just 1. Vortex is really making his claim as a top 5 talent here. Vortex is really starting to pile on the pressure, grabbing another quick win from the ramp. He's really playing like the favorite right now. Phantom edges ahead again, holding a slim 1-round cushion. That's a strong showing given he's fighting for a rough 40% patch lately. Phantom is really starting to pull away here, using that Tetris spot to get a nice cushion. Vortex is staying aggressive, shutting Phantom down even when he tried to hold the ramp. He's definitely playing a lot more comfortably now. Phantom has looking strong today with an impressive 27-9 run over the last 24 hours. It's a sharp contrast to the struggling form Vortex has shown in his recent matches. It will be interesting to see if that momentum can carry him all the way to the finish line. Phantom holds a comfortable 8-4 lead. I mean, he is completely defying the pre-match predictions right now. He looks incredibly sharp on his home turf today. Fresh start now. Phantom is starting to run away with this, sitting pretty at 8-5. He's certainly showing why he's sitting at 3rd on the ladder. Phantom is really utilizing that high ground, just picking him off right from the box. He's fully capitalized on that rating difference so far today. Vortex is not letting the pressure get to him, just now knocking Phantom straight off the box. Phantom manages to outplay him from the ramp, really extending that gap. He is putting the on-1 ranking on full display. Phantom is just on another level today, quickly picking off Vortex from that Tetris spot. He's completely shut down that comeback attempt and is now just 1 step away from the victory. Vortex keeps the dream alive with a clean kill to hold on to his hopes. A huge surge of energy from a player who's been fighting uphill. Unbelievable. Phantom shuts the door on this whole series with a final burst of precision. He's definitely feeling good now, especially since he managed to outpace everything Vortex threw his way in that closing stretch. Welcome everyone, we have a great match today on Mapas as Catalyst and Phantom face off in this duel. Phantom has a 70% win rate on this map. He's clearly the bigger threat in this specific environment. The real question is if he can actually use that familiarity to overcome his recent struggles against Catalyst. Catalyst is just cruising now, leading 2-1. The favorite's definitely feeling the heat right now. Things are completely wide open now. Both of these guys are trading blows and refusing to give an inch. The top seed is finally asserting himself. Catalyst holds a slim 3-2 lead heading into this one. He's looking sharp despite the shaky start today. Catalyst is really pulling away now, leading 4-2. Unexpected result, given that the world #1 is on the other end. The momentum has completely shifted. He's simply outplaying his opponent right now. This is a complete reversal of what we expected today. Phantom walks away completely unscathed here, continuing his climb back into this series. Keeps the pressure on, showing some real grit to bridge the gap. He's definitely shaking off those early nerves now. He's just completely erased that early deficit, bringing the map back to a dead heat. Totally resets the board for both of them. He is simply on another level right now, taking total control as we approach the break. The momentum shift is reaching a fever pitch right now. Phantom heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Everything is going according to plan for the world #1. His strong map history is really showing and he looks poised to take the victory. Time to swap sides. He's staying tough under pressure, keeping the lead firmly in his hands. He is playing exactly like the heavy favorite we expected. He's simply untouchable right now, putting on a show and extending the lead to 9. He's certainly playing to his seeding today. He's just in a different league right now, firmly taking command of this map. The gap in their rankings is feeling very real right now. Catalyst manages to shut him down on the ramp, finding the opening he needed. A nice reminder of that historic edge he holds in their total head-to-head. The lead is back in his favor, and he looks far more composed now. That's a typical display of dominance from the higher rated side. A quick flick for Phantom to seize control and put himself on the verge of victory. What a finish! He closes out the match and secures a huge victory here. He really proved that he belongs at the top of the rankings tonight. Just pure efficiency from start to finish. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Catalyst and Vortex facing off to see who comes out on top today. Catalyst normally owns this matchup with a career win rate of 66%, but his current form has dipped significantly and he's fighting an uphill battle right now. He needs to shake off these recent losses to get back on equal footing. He's just unstoppable right now, cruising to a third straight victory. Vortex is proving that the ranking gap is very real today. Tough scramble for both players, but he just refuses to be stopped. He's completely controlling the pace, unlike that last map they shared. He's just too fast, taking complete command of the server now. He's looking a lot more confident than that 39 win in their last meeting. The onslaught continues as he secures another seamless victory to move to a 6 in lead. Another instantaneous victory, pushing the lead to 7-0. What a scramble! Both players poured it all into that fight, but Catalyst barely manages to survive the chaos. Catalyst has endured a rough stretch with a 927 record over the last day, but those last 2 rounds show he's finally starting to claw his way back into this game. He's out of the hole, but he still has a steep hill to climb. Vortex still has a massive 8-2 cushion here. Vortex is comfortably asserting himself as the higher rated player here. Catalyst is fighting hard, but Vortex leads 8-3. Vortex has been having a tough day with that 18-19 run. Vortex heads into the break with a 9-3 cushion. I mean, the script has been completely flipped here. We expected Catalyst to take control, but the underdog is simply outplaying him on this map. Time to see if the tide turns. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-4. He's still looking for a way to reclaim his usually dominant head-to-head edge. Vortex just doesn't care about the high ground, simply erasing him off that box in an instant. Vortex is just relentlessly cruising now at 10-5. He's definitely fighting a mental battle right now. Unreal, he barely clings to life with a sliver of health after dragging Catalyst off the box. It's a huge shift for someone sitting 5th on the ladder. He just shuts the door on any hope of a comeback, picking Catalyst off that box to reach match point. Everything is going exactly as expected for the favorites opponent. What a finish. He closes out the series with a rapid fire shot to secure the victory. Oh, total shutdown performance from him, really capitalizing on Catalyst's rough patch today. Welcome everyone. We're on Italy for a match between Phantom and Vortex, with the top seed looking to maintain his lead. Phantom has a significant lead over his opponent with an all-time win rate of 63%. That consistency is definitely showing. As soon as the server starts, he looks poised to put some pressure on the early rounds here. Vortex is trailing, but he's fighting back hard. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from that 13-7 win over him earlier today. These exchanges are getting faster and faster. Phantom is just an absolute blur right now. Absolutely untouchable right now. He is simply too fast, taking complete control of the server. He's just not letting up. Taking another effortless round to extend the gap. Vortex is usually the one expected to take the series. He manages to snap back and secure a quick point. Vortex is staying composed, trading blows and coming out on top to secure his second straight point. The comeback is in full swing as he secures another quick victory to close the gap. The seed lead is starting to feel very fragile right now, and he halts that momentum completely, reclaiming the lead for himself. A great start for the world number 1 today. Phantom has really been on a tear today with a 27-9 record over the last day, and that momentum is starting to lean heavily into this series. It will be tough for Vortex to find a way to pivot the energy here. He needs to make a move now. Phantom goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, the underdog is definitely making his mark here. He's really leaning into that 66% map win rate to keep Vortex on his heels. A lightning fast reaction secures another round as the challenger continues to push back. He's looking very sharp with those crisp entries. Phantom holds a slender 2-round cushion for now. He's really putting that number 1 ladder position on display. Unbelievable. He somehow claws through that chaotic exchange to survive with practically nothing left. That was an absolute nail-biter of a finish. Phantom is comfortably sitting on a 2-round lead. Vortex has historically struggled to close out his head-to-heads. Phantom's digging deep to maintain a 3-round advantage. The top-rated player in the league is simply in a different gear. A tough slugfest, but he manages to come out on top and keep the rolling momentum. He looks far more comfortable than that number 3 spot suggests. He simply refuses to budge, catching his opponent off the vine to reach match point. The sheer speed of that burst was incredible. What a finish. He shuts the door on this series and secures the win. He's really cementing that top spot today, leaving no doubt who the best in the world is right now. welcome to the stream. Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on red line to see who comes out on top. Catalyst is an absolute powerhouse on this map with a 78% win rate, and it makes sense that he's coming out on top early. The real story here is how much he's struggling overall today compared to a very hot start from Phantom. Catalyst holds a slim lead as we head back. It's a sharp pivot for him after those 3 losses to start the day. Phantom is really feeling the pressure right now as Catalyst keeps the momentum shifting in his favor. Catalyst clings to a tight 3-2 advantage here. He's certainly playing like the top seed right now. Both of them fought for the high ground on that ramp, but Phantom just had the better reaction time. Everything is pointing toward the top seed today. That's a huge swing in momentum, with Phantom taking control of the server. He's absolutely tearing through the server now, picking up another win from the ramp. He's certainly playing like the top seed in the league right now. He's just completely taken over the server, picking up his 5th straight. The top seed is really making a statement here. He's not going away. That's another round in the bag as he continues to climb back into this. Phantom is putting up a massive 27-9 record today. He's simply not letting Catalyst find any footing. He's fully capitalizing on the current slump the lower seed is facing, and right now he looks almost impossible to stop. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the script has completely flipped. Catalyst is usually the one everyone expects to win this pair, but he's just not keeping up with the pace right now. Phantom is simply too fast right now, cleaning up Catalyst right off the ramp. That's a dominant run for the world number 1. Catalyst is finally stepping up his game, cleaning him out while holding that ramp position. He's fighting a tough battle after dropping 3 straight sets today. Phantom stays in the driver's seat at 9-6. The historical head-to-head actually slightly favors the lower seed. Phantom is just cruising now with a 10-6 lead. He's really carrying that momentum from his 13-6 win earlier. Catalyst is really making him pay for taking a Tetris position. It's always a toss-up when these two collide given their close history. He's showing real grit here, taking this one from the ramp to keep the rally going. The momentum is clearly shifting as we enter the final stretch. He's simply refusing to back down, capping off a strong 3-round surge. The early favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable. Unbelievable, he's completely erased that deficit to even the score. Just a complete reversal of fortunes in the blink of an eye. Phantom answers back immediately to reclaim a 1-round lead. A very solid run of form from the world number 1. He manages to edge out the win from that ramp, bringing the set back to a dead heat at 11-11. A real nail-biter as we head into the final stretch. What a play! He secures that duel from the ramp to move into a commanding lead. Phantom manages to recover just in time. Unbelievable! Phantom seals it with a perfect finish from the Tetris to take the match. He really dug in his heels and fought through that late charge, a gutsy performance to close it out. What a match! Welcome to the arena. We have Catalyst facing off against Vortex in today's match. Let's see who takes the win. Catalyst has dominated this matchup, historically winning 66% of their past encounters. It's interesting to see him starting fast here because he's really been struggling over the last 24 hours. It will be a battle to see if he can turn the tide of his day. Total shutdown on the ramp as he secures his third consecutive round. The top-rated player in this match is clearly feeling the pressure. He completely owns the map right now, picking him off the ramp with ease. The number 3 seed is certainly feeling the heat right now. He's simply too strong from heaven, moving to a perfect 5-0 start. A total reversal from their previous meeting on Dunes. Vortex puts a stop to that run, picking the opponent off the Tetris. A high caliber face-off between the 3rd and 5th best in the league. A quick duel on the ramp, and Catalyst is right back in total control of this set. Vortex is really showing he can hold his own, taking out Catalyst right there on the ramp. Catalyst is really leaning on his 70% success rate here. It is quite a contrast when you consider how badly he's been struggling in his overall session today. He needs this lead to secure a much-needed victory. Vortex is staying aggressive and cleaning up from the ramp to keep this contest competitive. The higher-ranked player is starting to find some footing here. Catalyst is running away with this, leading 8-3. Catalyst heads into the break with a solid 8-4 lead. Honestly, everything is going according to script so far. He's looking every bit the favorite as he maintains his usual grip on this matchup. Vortex needs to find his rhythm. What a scramble. He barely survives that exchange to keep the momentum swinging his way. He's really grinding out these rounds tonight. Vortex is putting on a real clinic from the boost to bring this game closer. He's certainly fighting to repeat that strong showing from their last meeting. Catalyst looks firmly in control with a 10-5 lead. The A game is starting to show from the number 5 seed. Vortex is fighting back, but Catalyst holds a 10-6 edge. Vortex is definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. The gap is closing fast and Vortex has all the momentum right now. Catalyst is really putting the clamps on this one, making it very difficult for Vortex to mount the proper comeback. He just puts it away from the Tetris and moves to a 12-7 lead. Vortex responds with a tough trade to keep the dream alive. He's desperately searching for that spark after a tough morning. Unbelievable finish. Catalyst closes it out from the Tetris and secures the series. And just like that, the slump is over. He's officially back in the win column after a brutal run today. Welcome everyone, we've got Phantom and Vortex facing off on Orange to see who comes out on top today. Phantom is currently boasting a 27-9 record over the last day. He's riding a significant wave of confidence into this series. It'll be interesting to see if he can use that momentum to widen the gap early on. Phantom holds a tight lead heading into round 4. Vortex is looking to avoid a repeat of their last encounter. Vortex has completely turned the tide here, taking a commanding lead after those 2 quick kills. Absolutely crushing it. Now he's just completely taken over the pace of the game. A clean response to bring the score right back to an even split. The top-rated player in the league is finally shaking things up. Phantom edges ahead again, securing a narrow lead. The head-to-head history heavily favors the leader here. He is simply too fast right now, continuing this hot streak. His current form is mirroring that dominant 13-7 victory in their last meet. Vortex answers back immediately, refusing to let the lead stretch too far. The number 4 seed is proving he can hang with the best. We are deadlocked at 5-all as we enter round 10. The top 4 seed is refusing to back down. Phantom pulls back ahead by 1 in a tight clash. That was a blistering reset to take the lead. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the switch. I mean, the underdog is absolutely defying the pre-match odds right now. He looks ready to push this advantage further in the second half. Fresh start coming up. What a scramble. He nearly loses this one, barely scraping by after a wild exchange. He's really putting the pressure on now. He's showing some real grit, hanging on to close that exchange. Vortex is fighting to close the gap after a shaky start. Phantom has dominated this rivalry with a 60% win rate over their total history together. It's a massive psychological hurdle for Vortex to overcome. He's really struggling to find any answers for the top seed right now. Absolute perfection on that one, taking the round without losing a single point of health. The number 1 seed is just fundamentally in control. A sharp response here to keep the gap from growing. Vortex needs to really dig deep here if he wants to pull this off. He's moving in for the kill, leaving Vortex without a chance to answer. He's really asserting his authority in this final stretch. Vortex manages to find a huge opening to stall that final push. He's definitely fighting for his life here. Vortex keeps his composure and shuts down the attempt to close the map. The pressure is shifting back toward the top seed. Game over. Phantom puts an absolute end to it with a crisp finish to secure the match. That second half surge really broke the momentum for Vortex, and the top seed is just looking untouchable today. Welcome to Dunes. We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off today to see who takes the win. What a scramble. He barely walks away from that one with his health intact. He is certainly playing like the current top seed on the ladder. Catalyst puts the pressure back on, quickly shutting down Phantom from that elevated spot. Expectations are definitely leaning toward the favorite right now. Phantom really owns the history on this map with a 64% win rate. And honestly, that experience should be giving him a massive confidence boost right now. We have to wonder if he can actually put an advantage to use after this shaky start. Catalyst holds a slender lead going into the 5th. He looks remarkably sharp despite the high pressure rating gap. The pace of these exchanges is ramping up. That last encounter was a total flash of brilliance from Phantom. Phantom edges ahead, claiming a tight 4-3 lead. His 27-9 run today is making him look nearly untouchable. Complete deadlock as Catalyst forces a 4-all tie. Despite the current state, he's still the head-to-head leader. Catalyst has found a spark here and is starting to put a real dent in the momentum. Phantom's overall consistency is usually a wall that's hard to break. Unreal. That was an absolute slugfest, and Phantom somehow manages to crawl away from the wreckage to tie it up. Catalyst claws back the advantage, leading 6-5. A huge test of nerves for the world #1 right now. We're all square at 6-6 moving into the second half. I mean, the odds pointed to a blowout, but this has been a real fight. Catalyst is proving he can hold his own even against the top seed. Time to reset and go again. Phantom just couldn't be stopped there, picking Catalyst right off the box to take a 2-round lead. He's definitely playing like the world #1 right now. And just like that, Catalyst brings us back to a deadlock. He is definitely showing that head-to-head dominance today. Phantom takes a narrow 1-point lead into round 15. He's really playing up to that first seed spot today. Phantom has really been on a tear today with a 27-9 record, and honestly, it feels like he's simply too composed for the opposition right now. Let's see if Catalyst can actually find a way to disrupt this streak. Simply too fast right now. Closing the distance in a heartbeat to keep the run going. Absolute crushing momentum from the favorite, who is now just 1 round away from victory. What a finish. He secures the final kill in a heartbeat to close out the series. He's really proving that he's the one to beat right now, just completely taking over that server. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Catalyst and Vortex going head-to-head on Italy to see who takes the win. Catalyst holds a dominant 66% head-to-head win rate in this rivalry. It makes this early deficit quite surprising given how much he usually controls this specific pairing. We'll see if he can reclaim that historical edge. Vortex is really finding his rhythm up to 1. Vortex is fighting to shake off a rough afternoon after 3 losses. Catalyst catches him from below while he's perched on the wine, bringing this series right back to a dead heat. Vortex pulls ahead again to lead 3-2. It's a tough spot for the 5th ranked man on the ladder right now. And now we're totally tied up at 3-all. Both of these guys have had a really grueling day in the server. Vortex has the momentum now, taking a slim lead as we head toward the double digits. He's coming in with a rough 17-19 record today. Catalyst is struggling through a rough 10-26 run over the last day. So yeah, it's becoming clear that this isn't just a slow start, but a real trend for him. He'll need to find a way to break this cycle quickly. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that firefight, surviving by the skin of his teeth. A deadlock at 5 apiece keeps us nail biting. He's really proving why he's one of the best in the world. He's on fire now, taking a comment of the series with another clinical win. He seems to have his number throughout this session. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. Well, a dead heat is exactly what we anticipated here. Catalyst is playing his usual game and it looks like a total toss-up heading into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex strikes again to take a 7-6 cushion. He's showing why he's got the higher rating in this pair. Catalyst claws it back to a 7-7 stalemate. That was an incredibly fast exchange to level the game. Catalyst is starting to really put the pressure on here, shifting the energy of this match completely in his favor. He's simply outclassing the competition right now, walking away with a 3-round tear. Vortex responds quickly here to keep the gap narrow. He's definitely making the most of his higher rating right now. Another deadlock at 9 apiece. What a battle. Neither player has found any real stability throughout the afternoon. Vortex just completely seized control of this match, shutting down the high ground for a 3rd straight victory. Pure efficiency from the lead player, who now holds a 2-round advantage. Tough luck for the 5th ranked man in the world right now. He's just untouchable right now, bringing himself to the very edge of victory. And there it is, an absolute shutout to finish the series. He really flipped the script today, finally getting some revenge after being dominated in their previous clashes. Welcome everyone to Redline. Phantom and Vortex are ready to face off in this high-stakes 1v1 match. Phantom holds a massive lead in their long-term head-to-head history, winning 60% of their clashes. So it's interesting to see him starting slow after that first round. He's clearly the heavier favorite today, but Vortex has found a way to keep things tight early on. Vortex is putting on a clinic, leading 2-1. It's a different story today than the 13-9 victory we saw previously. Phantom manages to scramble back into a deadlock after holding the ramp high ground. Vortex is fighting hard to keep this one a toss-up. Unbelievable. He claws back from the edge to take the lead, surviving with a sliver of health. Phantom just rips the other guy right off that ramp to extend the lead. That top seat is really starting to flex. Vortex quickly cleans up this exchange to bring the game back within one. The number 3 seed is definitely making his presence felt. Phantom's comfortably in control now and is making a habit of winning those fights from the ramp. He's certainly playing like the top seed right now. Holy cow, what a scramble! He barely escapes that chaos on the ramp with a tiny bit of life left. He's really making a statement as the world number 1. He secures another win from the Tetris, putting a firm grip on this match. Vortex is feeling a lot of pressure after that loss to Catalyst today. He just keeps piling them on, dragging Vortex right off the ramp to hit a 4-round tier. Phantom holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break, and honestly he's completely defying the betting narrative right now. He's putting that number 1 ranking on full display as he tries to close out a huge upset. Let's see if Vortex can pivot. Vortex is really digging in here, claiming another win from the ramp to put a dent in that lead. He's certainly playing with more confidence than he did in his last 3 outings. Phantom puts an immediate stop to that little surge, picking Vortex right off the Tetris. The number 1 seed is looking incredibly sharp right now. Phantom is putting an absolute stranglehold on this series, and he's doing it by owning the high ground. A tough spot for the 3rd seed to climb out of. Vortex really capitalized on that height advantage to snag another one for himself. Phantom is simply not giving him any room to breathe. Securing another win from the ramp. He's continuing a very dominant run across the board today. That was essentially a blink and he's there. Phantom is now sitting on match point. That was a total snapshot to close it out. Vortex answers back with a lightning fast read, dropping his opponent right off the ramp. That gives the underdog some much needed breathing room. Vortex stays focused, catching him right off that triple box to keep the fight alive. That's some seriously impressive composure from the trailing player. What a finish! He barely clings to life to close out the series in a total slugfest. He really dug deep for that one, but just couldn't close the gap in the end. What a match. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off on Fast Aim today. The favorite looks strong. Phantom is currently carrying a massive amount of momentum with a 7-win streak in his last 10 matches. And he's already coming off a victory against Catalyst earlier today. This looks like a nightmare scenario for the number 5 seed to navigate. Unreal, both of them were shredded in that exchange, but he manages to cling to life with a sliver of health. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as they reset. Phantom is really punishing those ramp plays right now, which puts him in a great spot. He's clearly showing why he's currently at the top of the ladder. Phantom is running away with this, leading 4-2. Showing total control against the number 5 seed. Phantom puts him down fast from the window, taking a commanding 3-round lead. His rank at the top of the ladder is on full display. Total shot down there, leaving the opponent completely blindsided as the streak hits 4. Catalyst answers back quickly, putting an end to that run. He's not backing down. That's a second straight round for the trailing player, and he didn't even take a single point of damage. What a statement. He's completely shifted the energy in this series with another pristine round. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, the betting odds expected a different story, but the top-rated player is proving too strong here. He's just outplaying Catalyst in every major exchange. Time to see if he can hold it. Phantom puts the pressure back on, shutting down that ramp attempt with a lightning fast read. He's definitely in peak form today with that 27-9 record. Catalyst is showing great resolve, quickly picking him off the ramp to cut the lead to 2. The underdog is starting to find some open. Another effortless takedown as he keeps this resurgence going. The gap between these two is narrowing as this series evolves. Phantom shuts down that ramp advance from the window, extending his 2-round lead. Stunningly fast response here as he continues to claw back into this contest. Phantom manages to trade up from the ramp, out-dueling him even with the height disadvantage. That's the top-rated player asserting his dominance again. He holds the high ground on the ramp and walks away untouched to close the deficit to a single round. The pressure is mounting on the higher seed. He manages to pluck him right off the ramp to bring this set level. This is a complete reversal from how we expected this series to go. Both players are playing at a lightning pace now, with these last 2 encounters ending in just a couple of seconds. He just can't be stopped. We are completely tied up at 11 all. This is far from the one-sided match we were expecting. What an absolute powerhouse performance, which now puts Catalyst just a single round away from victory. The script has completely flipped for the higher seed. Unbelievable. He forces the deadlock at 12 apiece, pushing the match straight into overtime. He really seems to have a psychological edge in this rivalry lately. Catalyst just refuses to quit, finally wiping him off the ramp to take a lead in this overtime stretch. That was a nail-biter with just a handful of hit points left. Another huge moment for Catalyst as he secures the kill from the ramp, extending his current lead. Phantom manages to secure that narrow gap by taking him down from the ramp. He's certainly taking advantage of his experience on this particular layout. The tide is shifting again, and Phantom is looking like he's found another gear in this overtime fight. He's fighting hard to protect that #1 spot. Absolutely ruthless. He's firmly in control now and is just one step away from victory. Exactly the kind of high-tier execution we expected from the favorite. He's simply too fast right now. That effortless kill brings us back to a deadlock. Pure chaos in this overtime battle. Neither man can keep a lead. Phantom edges ahead by 1, putting the pressure on. Phantom's pulling ahead yet again at 17-15. He is really starting to flex that rating advantage. Phantom is running away with it, leading 18-15. His confidence is sky high after that 13-4 victory earlier today. Phantom is putting a stranglehold on this at 19-15. He really had to dig deep in those final moments to secure the win. Catalyst pushed him to the absolute limit. What a battle! Welcome everyone, Catalyst and Vortex are stepping onto orange for this matchup where the favorite looks to keep his lead. Catalyst has a significant lead in their overall head-to-head record, but that historical advantage is currently clashing with a rough run of form. He has really struggled today, so the pressure is on to flip the script early in this series. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. That's a massive mental shift after his tough run this morning. A quick exchange of rounds here. Neither player is letting the other get any real footing early on. He's comfortably maintaining that upper hand in the ladder rankings. Vortex takes a commanding 3-2 grip on this. The high seed is feeling the heat right now. He is on fire right now, taking his 3rd consecutive round to widen the gap. A rougher stretch of form for the 5th ranked player today. He manages to weather the storm and secure the round, keeping things close at 3-4. Vortex is just starting to find his footing after a tough outing against Phantom. Emotion mid, the overall head-to-head history is heavily weighted in Catalyst's favor with a win rate of 66% over their total matches. And honestly, seeing that gap widen might be the only thing keeping him composed. It's a huge contrast to how he's been playing this afternoon, as we've seen him lose several series in a row. It'll take a serious shift in mentality for him to claw back from this deficit emotion. a dead heat now with both players locked at 5. Both of these players are comfortably situated in the top 10 of the ladder. Vortex seems to have the answer for everything Catalyst is throwing at him today. We roll square at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, Catalyst is playing the role of the favorite by keeping pace, though he can't seem to pull away. He'll need to tighten up to regain control here. Fresh start from the other side. Catalyst finally edges ahead with a narrow 7-6 lead. A massive volume of matches played between these two, just endless hours of experience. Catalyst is starting to pull away with an 8-6 cushion. It's a tough spot for Vortex, who sits slightly higher on the ladder. The momentum has shifted again. This is becoming a real back and forth battle for the lead. The slight rating edge for the 4th seed is starting to show. Vortex has fought back to bring us level at 8 apiece. He's really putting his superior ranking to use here. What an absolute scramble. He barely survives that exchange, barely clinging to his life to take a 1-point lead. Catalyst is pulling ahead, putting the score at 10-8. He's really digging deep after that loss in their last meeting. Vortex answers back quickly, cutting the deficit to 10-9. His current form is mirroring a tough 10-25 stretch from earlier today. Vortex is completely taking over the end of this set, while Catalyst seems unable to find a way back into the rhythm. These two are just trading blows at this point, and Catalyst has managed to snatch the lead back once more. Vortex has been battling through a very active set of games today. That's a quick read and an even quicker shot to put him just one away from the victory. Unreal. He closes this out with absolute precision to claim the match. He finally stops the bleeding and gets his momentum back at exactly the right time. Vortex pushed him to the absolute limit here. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on Mapas for a clash between Phantom and Vortex, where the favorite looks strong heading into this match. Phantom enters today with a 90% win rate in his last 10 games. It's clear he's carrying huge momentum into this series. We'll have to see if Vortex can actually pull off the upset here. Phantom catches him right as he's stepping up the ramp, keeping things dead even. The top-rated guy is already showing why he's at the peak. Phantom is really starting to put the pressure on here after that quick finish on the ramp. Vortex has fought back to tie this up. The top 4 on the ladder are really fighting for every inch here. Phantom holds a slim 1-round lead over Vortex now. Phantom is quickly building a comfortable lead here, putting some serious distance between himself and Vortex. He is simply untouchable right now, securing a 3rd straight win without taking a single point of damage. He's showing some real grit, refusing to let the deficit grow. The underdog is definitely making his presence felt in this set. Phantom really owns this matchup, as he currently leads their long-term head-to-head record by over 700 rounds. And seeing him comfortably extend his lead makes it feel like we're watching a replay of their last encounter today. It's starting to look like a bit of a blowout. He is simply refusing to let go of the lead, securing another fast kill for himself. Phantom takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the supposed underdog is absolutely stealing the show here. He looks way too sharp for Vortex to handle right now. Vortex needs to wake up now. Phantom is just cruising now with a 9-4 lead. It's a tough afternoon for him, especially after that earlier result on Redline. Phantom just edges further ahead, now sitting at 9-5. Vortex is proving he belongs in that top 5 on the ladder. Phantom is just too consistent right now. He's staring down a very quick victory. Phantom is putting on a real clinic right now, making this look far easier than the rankings would suggest. Absolute lightning speed from the leader to put himself on the brink of victory. And that is it. Phantom closes the door with total authority to secure the victory. He's just completely on another level right now, extending that massive head-to-head lead even further today. Welcome to the arena. Catalyst and Phantom are facing off now with the top-seeded player looking to prove their dominance. Phantom is having a legendary day with a 27-9 record over the last 24 hours. It's a sharp contrast to Catalyst, who has struggled to find a footing in his recent matches. We have to see if that individual momentum can outweigh the long-term head-to-head advantage. Catalyst holds. Catalyst is really pulling ahead with a 2-1 lead. The world's #1 is having a tough start here. The speed of these engagements is just wild. Catalyst is reacting way faster than we expected today. Unbelievable! Phantom claws back the round by the absolute skin of his teeth. He's certainly playing like the #1 seed right now. And just like that, they're deadlocked at 3-all. He's definitely looking to mirror that recent victory over the 5th best player. Catalyst takes the lead once more, moving ahead 4-3. The head-to-head history clearly favors the 5th ranked player. The tension is building as these two trade blows, but Phantom really has the upper hand with these lightning-fast reactions. Phantom manages to push him right off that ramp and takes a solid grip on the match. It's a stark reversal from the usual head-to-head results. Phantom is completely taking over the server right now, claiming another effortless victory. Catalyst finds his mark, cutting into the lead just before they head into the break. He keeps the pressure up, refusing to let the gap widen. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. Well, everything is playing out exactly as expected for the favorite. Phantom has kept himself in this, and now we see who wants it more in the second half. New side, clean slate. Phantom edges ahead, claiming a slim one-round advantage. That was an incredibly tight trade. He's certainly showing why he's holding the top spot on the ladder. Total parity again as Catalyst levels it at 7-all. His lifelong success against the top seed is starting to show. Catalyst is really stacking up the rounds now, using that hide on the Tetris to keep the momentum swinging his way. Absolutely outclassed here. He's just too fast for the top seed today. Phantom answers back immediately, picking him off the ramp. This a total reversal of what you'd expect from their long history. We're completely tied up at 9 apiece. Current momentum mirrors that victory for the top seed earlier today. Catalyst breaks the tie, edging into a 10-9 lead. Both players are looking extremely sharp at this stage of the map. Catalyst is quickly carving out a serious advantage as he takes control of the map. The raw experience on this side of the map is clearly paying off. Goodness, what a fight. He survives by a hair to keep this game alive. Whoa, that's another nail beater for the top seed. That was a swift shutdown, putting him on the verge of a victory. The pressure is definitely shifting onto the favorite now. What a finish! He survives with a sliver of health to close out the map. He just refused to buckle under that pressure. To take down the world's best player right now is just an incredible statement. What a fight. Welcome back to the Berserk League. We've got Catalyst and Vortex stepping onto Dunes for this high-stakes showdown. Catalyst really owns the overall head-to-head history here with a massive lead over his opponent, but he's historically struggled on this particular map. I wonder if that long-term disadvantage will weigh him down today. Vortex is just untouchable right now, ending that duel in a flash. He's just completely in control, stretching the lead to 4 straight rounds. His recent 11-25 record today is really starting to show. He is simply on another level right now, moving to a huge 5-round lead. He's putting those recent losses behind him quickly. Unreal. He closed back from the brink to survive with practically nothing left in the tank. His current form is a complete reversal of that 13-10 victory today. What a fight! Catalyst barely walks away from that absolute brawl with a tiny bit of health left. He's certainly looking to get back to that ranking high ground. Absolutely wild. He barely survives a brutal exchange to secure his second straight point. He's definitely leaning on that top 5 ladder standing right now. What a scrap. He practically escapes with his life to keep this streak rolling. Vortex has really struggled to close out his last 3 games today. He's completely flipped the script now, taking control of the server with 4 straight. The momentum has completely shifted since they first stepped on site. Good lord. He just barely clutched that out, pulling off a miracle victory against the player on the box. Vortex is managing his side well, despite that losing skid in his last few. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, it's quite a surprise to see the underdog sitting on top of the board. He's really capitalizing on his familiarity with Dunes to keep Catalyst on the defensive. Let's see if the tide turns. And the turnaround continues. He just completely dismantled his opponent to tighten the gap. The gap in their ladder rankings is practically disappearing. Vortex is showing a lot of resilience today, coming off a tough 17-19 record over the last day. It's clear he's ignoring that struggle and playing with a lot of confidence right now. He just needs to keep the pressure up and not let Catalyst find any answers. What a way to tie things up. He's simply refusing to fade away. Total deadlock now as these 2 trade blows. He's just too strong right now, closing in on the leader with another hard-fought victory. The favorite is starting to look scary again. Vortex answers right back to bring the scoreboard completely level. It's a battle of giants with only a few rating points separating them. He's continuing this incredible run, stepping ahead as he refuses to let his opponent get any air. The top tier ranking is starting to make a difference now. Vortex brings it all back to a dead heat. A really tight battle for the 4th spot on the ladder. Vortex is moving incredibly fast now, ending these last few duels in the blink of an eye. That was a lightning fast exchange. A flawless sequence for Catalyst as he brings this series back to a deadlock. A true nail-biter for the 2 most consistent players today. Vortex answers with a gritty win to put himself 1 round away from victory. The pressure is mounting for the one sitting at the bottom of the rating gap. Game over. Vortex closes it out with a sudden perfect shot to secure the victory. Huge result for the lower seeded player here. He really managed to break the curse against a player who usually owns him. He had to work for that. Welcome to the duel on Italy. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off, with the favorite looking to dominate here. Phantom has a huge historical advantage with a 60% win rate against Vortex. It's a surprising start considering the top seed is clearly the one feeling the pressure right now. He needs to find some stability early. Vortex is rolling now, leading 2-1. Our current number 1 is finally starting to assert himself. Phantom has completely flipped the script, erasing that early deficit to tie things up. The world's top-rated player is showing why he's at the summit. Vortex takes control again, pushing his lead to 3. He's really shaking off that rough 5-13 loss from earlier. We've got a dead heat with Phantom tied up. The top-rated player is starting to flex those muscles. The speed of that trade was incredible. Vortex is really playing on a fast tempo right now. Phantom has been a force this day with a 26-10 record over the last 24 hours. And honestly, it's a bit strange to see him struggling to close out rounds. He's usually far more clinical than this. Phantom just wipes him right off the wine to close the gap. Phantom looks to recapture that 13-5 energy from their most recent encounter. A complete stalemate as Phantom and Vortex stay level. He's finally looking more like the world number 1. He simply refuses to let the momentum shift, picking his opponent off the wine. We're tied up at 6, all going into the break. I mean, things are actually staying very close. Phantom has his back against the wall, but he's managing to fight back and stay in the fight. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex is simply too fast right now, catching Phantom off the wine to take a 2-round lead. The 4th ranked player is proving to be a real challenge. Pure chaos now. Phantom and Vortex are deadlocked. Both of these guys are playing their hearts out today. Phantom edges ahead, holding a slim 1-round lead. He's certainly playing like the favorite today. Neither of these guys is giving an inch tonight. They are practically glued together at this point. Phantom manages to pull ahead by a single round. Vortex has been battling a tough run of form in his last 10. Unreal, he somehow claws back from the brink to square things up at 9-all. Absolute nail-biter, he barely escaped that one. Phantom grabs the advantage, now leading 10-9. He's been showing incredible consistency across his last 10 matches. Phantom is really starting to push the pace here, quickly extending his lead to 2 rounds. The tension is reaching a breaking point as the scoreline remains incredibly tight. His current performance certainly proves he belongs in the top 5. Crisp sequence that puts him just a single step away from victory. Vortex is really fighting an uphill battle here. Quick reaction there from Vortex to keep himself in this game. A huge momentum swing as the pressure builds. Massive clutch here to bring the score back to a dead heat, forcing the series into overtime. Absolutely ruthless. He just keeps piling on the pressure with another perfect shot. He's putting on a clinic regardless of the rating gap. A cautious dance that ended with a single decisive shot to push his streak to 4. A total shift in power from that dominant match earlier today. Frighteningly fast reaction to secure a 5th straight. putting the pressure firmly on the world number one. He stops the run and refuses to go down quietly, keeping his hopes alive. This underdog effort is really starting to pay off. What a response! He's simply refusing to let this game end, pulling right back into the thick of it. That was a lightning fast trade to get back into this. Absolute brilliance from Vortex to close this out and secure the series victory. The composure he showed in that overtime period was just legendary to come back and take down the world. Number one is a massive result. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League. We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Phantom is coming into this as the top-rated player in our league, but Catalyst actually holds a slight lead in their overall head-to-head history. It'll be interesting to see if the veteran experience helps him close that gap today. Phantom has the momentum with a narrow 2-1 lead. That was a lightning fast exchange to get things back on track. Phantom is starting to establish a real cushion here, putting a lot of pressure on the world number 5. The top seed is really flexing those numbers right now. Phantom is just dominating, putting Catalyst down 4-1. He's definitely leaning into that number 1 seed confidence right now. Catalyst denies the advantage from the ramp, showing some real grit to stay in this. He really knows how to disrupt the pace. Phantom's 25-11 record over the last day shows he's playing at an incredibly high level right now. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this specific map where he already holds a significant historical advantage. It will be tough for Catalyst to flip the script with that kind of pressure. He's showing incredible resolve here, taking another round to chip away at that deficit. The underdog is starting to look very comfortable in this set. Phantom looks a bit more comfortable now, securing that win from the window. That's the kind of consistency you expect from a world number one. An absolutely effortless shot. That puts the pressure right back on the favorite heading into the half. We're all tied up at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see from two players of this caliber. It's a dead heat going into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom barely holds the edge as we start round 13. He's starting to prove why the ladder has him at the top. Phantom's now pushing an 8-6 lead with a heavy stride. And another one. He just picked the opponent right off the ramp to extend the run. That's a drastic turn from his last match against his opponent. Absolutely untouchable right now, putting the pressure back on as that win streak hits 4. The top seed is truly taking control of the server. Just a total shutdown. He is absolutely on fire right now. It's a stark contrast to how Catalyst played in their last encounter. He's simply too fast for the opposition right now, putting himself in a prime position to seal this. The gap in their ratings is feeling wider by the second. A huge pushback from Catalyst, putting a temporary stop to the runaway train. The lower seed is refusing to go down without a fight. He finds the mark and clears the ramp, refusing to let this game end quickly. He's finally found some room to breathe in this series. And there it is. Phantom closes the show with final kill to secure the victory. He's really cementing that top rank today, leaving no doubt about who the best in the game is right now. Welcome to the show. We've got Catalyst and Vortex facing off on red line to see who comes out on top. Catalyst holds a huge 66% lifetime win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a stark contrast to the fact that Vortex actually won their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if the favorite can reclaim that psychological edge early today. Total control from the favorite, who's just completely shut out his opponent so far. A rough start for the higher rated player today. A sharp response here from Vortex, who manages to secure a flawless headshot to narrow the gap. He shuts things down from the ramp, continuing a strong surge to keep this series alive. The gap in the rankings is certainly narrowing as we watch this. Catalyst pulls ahead again to make it 4-2. Vortex is definitely leaning on the confidence from their last meeting. Vortex manages a great read from the ramp to keep the pressure on. The underdog is refusing to go away early on. Catalyst is just too quick today, picking him right off that ramp to take the lead. A strong effort from the 5th seed to hold his ground. Catalyst is really starting to build some momentum, and that elevated spot played a huge role in this win. The top-seeded player is really asserting himself here. Unbelievable Vortex barely hangs on with a sliver of health after a ferocious firefight from the ramp. He's really fighting for every single pixel of health right now. Catalyst holds that Tetris position perfectly to shut down the ramp attempt. Vortex is definitely the higher rated player entering this match. Catalyst goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is exactly what we looked for going into the game. He's utilizing that massive map advantage to keep things comfortably in hand for now. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst has a lifetime win rate of 67% in a huge sample size. It's interesting to see that a lot of his recent struggles today might just be a dip in form relative to his usual standards. He's really looking to get back to that habitual level of play. That's another clean round for Catalyst, picking up a quick kill while holding the Tetris position. Catalyst is surging ahead now, pushing it to 10-6. He's really shaking off those 2 losses from earlier today. He's completely takeover now, putting his opponent on the defensive with another win. It's a surprising turn given that his opponent is currently rated higher. Absolutely untouchable right now as he moves to a huge lead and stands on the verge of victory. Game over. He closes it out with a final win to seal the victory. He looked a lot more comfortable on this particular map. A really strong return to form for the veteran. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing off on orange to see who comes out on top. Phantom has controlled the lifetime rivalry with a 60% win rate, and he's looking to build on that dominance right now. Vortex managed to take their last meeting, but the higher rated player seems to be regaining his footing early. Phantom is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. Things are completely deadlocked right now, and it feels like these two are just trading blows. Phantom pulls further ahead, now leading 3-2. He's looking like the top seed in this match. Vortex has clawed back to level things at 3 apiece. Vortex has certainly found some confidence lately. Vortex is really putting the pressure on right now, taking control of the pace in this series. The top seed is really feeling the heat right now. Unbelievable. Phantom barely escapes that chaotic brawl with his life to tie things up. He's certainly capitalizing on his top ranked status right now. Hard stopping. That was a complete war of attrition, and he somehow claws out a win with practically nothing left. He's certainly putting that #1 rank on full display right now. Total shutdown. He's completely taking over this game right now. Vortex has struggled with consistency throughout his day. Just an absolute stroll through the server as he extends that run to 4. He is looking far more consistent than his previous match against Vortex. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, he's definitely playing like the world #1 right now. Vortex has looked a bit shaky, but it's still a close game. Time to switch things up. Phantom has really been on a tear lately, putting up a 26-10 record over the last day. It's definitely helping him distance himself from Vortex right now. He's playing with a level of confidence that's making this look like a one-sided affair. Phantom's just cruising now, holding a solid 3-round cushion. He really seems to have a handle on the matchups today. Vortex shows some real grit here, picking up another one to keep the gap manageable. The underdog is refusing to just fold up here. Phantom's now sitting 3 rounds clear at 10-7. The 4th seed is really struggling to keep pace here. He just outdueled him effortlessly, continuing his push to trim the deficit. He's really fighting to keep his hopes alive. The speed of these exchanges is just wild. These guys are reacting in a heartbeat. His overall win rate really reflects his experience at this level. Phantom stops the momentum dead in its tracks and is now just a single round away from victory. His side of the bracket has been brutal today. What a finish! Phantom closes out the series with a decisive win to secure the victory. He really looked like the better man tonight. Just too fast for everything. Vortex threw his way. Welcome everyone, we have Catalyst and Phantom facing off on Mapas for a great 1v1 showdown. Phantom is the #1 rated player in the league, making this a massive test for Catalyst. It's a high pressure environment, and honestly we saw Phantom take the victory in their previous meeting today. Phantom shuts that down quickly, catching Catalyst right as he stepped onto the ramp. The top-rated player is quickly getting his bearings here. Catalyst is just relentlessly fast right now, punishing Phantom as soon as he pushed from the ramp. Catalyst is absolutely dominating, leading the series 4-1. A complete shutdown here as the momentum swings entirely in his favor. The favorites are definitely not showing up in this set. Phantom secures a fast victory, putting a halt to the run. He's got a massive advantage in the long run on this map. Catalyst is sitting on a significant head-to-head advantage throughout their history, and honestly, that long-term success seems to be giving him the confidence to keep pushing the pace here. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this pressure as the match progresses. Catalyst is just cruising now, extending it to 7-3. Phantom is clearly leaning on that 26-10 run he's had today. The pace of this match is just incredible, with these exchanges ending in a flash. It's a complete reversal of what the rating gap suggested. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly the top seed is struggling to answer back. He's outplayed his opponent for most of this half, exactly as the pre-match favorites predicted. Time for Phantom to wake up. Catalyst is simply relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. It's a completely different story than his previous win today. Catalyst is just untouchable, moving to a commanding 10-4. Phantom is refusing to go down easily, putting up a fight here. He's certainly trying to reclaim that dominant map-specific edge. Phantom claws back, but Catalyst still holds a 10-6 lead. He's showing that world-class form we've seen all afternoon. Catalyst is putting a huge wall up right now. He's just not letting Phantom find any ground. An impressive run of form from the 5th ranked player. Phantom is starting to string these together, putting some real pressure on Catalyst to find an answer. Both of them went down hard in that exchange, but Catalyst manages to edge it out. A scrappy fight that barely went his way. Phantom finds a clean shot to stay in this, keeping the dream alive for now. He still has a massive mountain to climb after that loss. What a scramble! Both players took an absolute beating in that fight, but he barely clings on to survive. Unbelievable. Catalyst closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. The #1 seed just couldn't find his footing today, even with his usually dominant map control. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone. Catalyst and Vortex are facing off on dunes to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Catalyst enters this game with a massive lead in the all-time head-to-head, but he clearly struggles here with a 35% win rate on this specific map. It will be interesting to see if those historical numbers matter when he's playing on his weakest ground. He's on fire, securing another fast victory to move ahead by 3. He's showing a lot of grit, responding with an incredibly sharp reaction to get his first point. He's refusing to back down, securing another clean round to keep this rally alive. A huge shakeup for the higher rated player to deal with here. Unbelievable. He has completely erased the deficit to bring us that. Even a quick reset for the match, which puts us right back to square one. Vortex takes a slim lead with a very fast reaction. Both of these competitors have had a rough go of it today. Vortex is managing a surprisingly steady run today, though he's typically the underdog in this particular rivalry. Well, we know that Catalyst usually controls this matchup, but the momentum has shifted completely. It's going to be tough for the higher rated player to claw back if he can't find a way to break this streak. Vortex is now comfortably pulling away at 6-4. He's digging in deep, clawing his way back into the series just before the break. He really looks like he's finally fighting back from that early deficit. We head into the break with Vortex holding a 7-5 lead. I mean, the underdogs are genuinely taking control of this series. Catalyst is usually the one to beat, but he's just not playing to his usual standard right now. He's staying steady, putting a quick end to that exchange to close the gap. It's getting tight despite that rating difference we saw earlier. Absolute deadlock. He's completely leveled the series to make it 7-7. Vortex is simply refusing to let this slip away, showing some great speed to clear the box. His superior seed isn't just showing in the numbers right now. Vortex is just too quick right now, utilizing the high ground to secure another fast round. He's refusing to let up, delivering a lightning fast shot to keep the pressure mounting. A completely effortless exchange, and he brings the series right back to a deadlock. Neither player has a clear edge left as we push toward the finish. Vortex is just not letting him breathe today, shutting down that elevated spot with an incredibly fast reaction. Vortex is putting an incredible amount of pressure on him right now. Coming into this, he's already looking stronger in their lifetime history here. He's simply untouchable right now, and that put him one step away from victory. What a finale! He clings to life by a thread to secure the match. He really had to dig deep for that one, but he finally gets his revenge against a longtime rival. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. Let's see if the top-seeded Phantom can maintain his dominance over Vortex today. Phantom is putting up an incredibly strong historical record with a 60% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. It makes total sense that he started this set with a lead, especially since he just took a close win against Vortex on a different map earlier today. Now we see if he can keep that momentum rolling. Vortex needs a big play here to close that gap. Vortex is showing he can hang with the top seed. The tide has completely shifted. Vortex has entirely erased Phantom's early lead. A huge confidence boost for the rank 4 player. Phantom is just too precise, shutting down Vortex right there on the Tetris blocks. A very confident look from the league's top-rated player. Phantom holds a firm 2-round cushion right now. The gapping class is showing early in this set. Incredible grit from Vortex to survive that exchange and knock Phantom off the ramp. He has looked sharp today with 25 wins on his record. Phantom is currently on a nice run with a 25-11 record over the last day. Well, he's definitely treating this set as a chance to reset after that tough loss to Catalyst earlier. It'll be a real test to see if he can shut the door on this lead. Vortex puts on a clinic here, clearing the Tetris to keep this fight alive. He's clearly refusing to let the favorite cruise to a victory. Phantom is comfortably in control with a 3-round lead. Vortex is really fighting an uphill battle against the top-seeded talent here. Phantom takes a strong lead, 8-4. And honestly, he's completely defying the pre-match expectations. Vortex is struggling to find any answers for the number 1 seed right now. Time for a clean slate. Phantom just can't be shaken, picking up another one from the ramp to put himself in a great spot. Vortex is just having a really tough time securing a second round today. Phantom's pulling away now, sitting pretty at 9-5. A really strong look from the 4th best player on the board. Phantom uses that elevation to his advantage and secures another quick round. He's definitely showing why he's at the top of the ladder right now. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. Phantom is practically reacting before Vortex even has a chance to move. Phantom secures another win from the box, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Unreal! Phantom shuts everything down to secure the victory. He really owned the map today, just proving time and again why he holds that number 1 spot. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Catalyst taking on Phantom in a great matchup where the favorite looks strong. Phantom sits at the top of the ladder as our best player, yet he's starting on the back foot. Well, we've seen Catalyst take him down in their most recent meeting, and this early lead suggests that the rivalry is still very much a toss-up. Phantom is answering right back, catching Catalyst while he was perched up on the planks. Both of these guys are clearly in top form today. Phantom holds the edge with a slim 2-1 lead. We're seeing that world #1 class on display right now. Absolutely effortless, and he just clears Catalyst right off the ramp to secure his 3rd straight. Catalyst answers back with a clean shot to keep things competitive. He's certainly not intimidated by that top ranking. Phantom is really starting to exert his control over the map, shutting down Catalyst's attempt to hold that wall. The world #1 is really showing his depth right now. Phantom is just too quick right now, simply outreacting Catalyst before he can even get his feet set on that ramp. He secures the kill from the ramp, pushing his lead to a commanding 6-2. The top seed is really starting to put on a clinic. He keeps this momentum going, striking from the toolbox to put an iron grip on the map. This is a drastic turnaround from their last meeting. A quick reaction from Catalyst to get back on the board. The head-to-head numbers actually favored the trailing player here. Phantom has been in impressive form today with a 26-10 record in the last 24 hours. It's a stark contrast to the struggle we've seen from Catalyst across his recent matches. The momentum is completely shifted in this one. Phantom walks away with a huge lead here, leading 9-3. Honestly, Catalyst looked completely lost on this map. It's a shocking result given the odds, and he's really struggling to keep up with the pace. Catalyst finds another one, narrowing it to 4-9. The overall record actually leans toward the underdog. Phantom is just too sharp, securing a huge advantage after that clean kill from the ramp. He has let an upset happen today. Phantom is simply too fast right now, catching Catalyst before he can even react from the toolbox. The gap in their map percentages is really starting to show. Auto shutdown for the favorite, who now needs just one more to end it. He simply outclassed his opponent throughout the day. A strong response from the underdog, picking him off the ramp to delay the inevitable. It's a glimpse of the resilience we saw in their previous encounter. Unbelievable. He barely survives that scramble from the wine box, clinging to a single point of health. Absolutely staggering to see such a narrow escape in that trade. And he does it again. That's another perfectly timed shot to keep the dream alive. The pressure is definitely shifting back onto the leader now. He's completely locked in now, taking a 4th straight to put Phantom on the ropes. Simply untouchable right now, as he keeps the surge going with another lightning fast kill. He keeps this heater going, digging in to secure his 6th straight victory. The tides have completely turned since this series began. Another flawless finish for the trailing player, who has now completely seized control of this match. A complete collapse from the favorite in an instant. What a finish. Phantom shuts the door with a cold shot to take the series. He really had to dig deep to survive that late surge. This was just a brutal battle from start to finish. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got an exciting matchup today as Catalyst takes on Vortex in this duel. Catalyst normally dominates this matchup with a 66% win rate overall, but he's coming in quite cold after losing his last two matches. He really needs to put some distance between himself and Vortex early on. Vortex is just cruising right now with a 2-0 lead. Vortex seems to have the measure of him lately. Simply untouchable. He's just outclassing everything Catalyst throws his way right now. He manages to get back on the board with a perfect response. That was an incredibly fast exchange. He's really digging in here, securing a second straight win to keep things close. Exactly the kind of push he needed after that rough start. Unbelievable. We are all square here, and it's a total shift in power. Vortex is definitely feeling the pressure after those tough losses this week. He takes control from the Tetris, completing a remarkable swing to move ahead. 4 straight rounds of absolute perfection. He's completely taken over the match, and he did that without taking a single point of damage. Vortex answers back with a clean finish to close the gap. He's got the upper hand in their most recent meeting as well. We're deadlocked at 5 apiece as they head into the 10th. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. What a display of grit. He's really refusing to back down and secures another one just before the switch. We're tied up at 6-all. Things are playing out pretty much as expected for now. Catalyst is holding his ground despite the momentum shifts, and this is shaping up to be a real battle. Fresh start for both players. Vortex edges ahead, holding a slim 1-round lead. He's definitely looking for a repeat of that 13-9 result from their last meeting. He is staying remarkably composed, evening things up as he continues to claw back into this game. Both of these players are refusing to blink. He's moving with purpose now, taking the lead after a strong push to recover the early deficit. He's simply not letting up, extending his run to 3 straight rounds. The odds on the ladder definitely favor this outcome. He's on fire now, making it 4 in a row while walking away completely unscathed. The higher seeded player is finally starting to separate himself. He shuts that down completely to keep his comeback attempt alive. He's showing real heart here, putting together another strong response to extend his lead. He puts on a clinic from the Tetris, moving a single point away from victory. Absolute brilliance. He closes it out with a perfect final exchange to take the series. He really shakes off those recent losses with that performance. A strong way to bounce back and get things moving again. Welcome to the match on Mappas. We have Phantom facing off against Vortex to see who comes out on top. Phantom is showing a huge historical advantage here with a 60% win rate against his opponent. It's clearly a tough hill for Vortex to climb, especially since he was on the losing end of their last meeting. Let's see if he can keep that momentum going. Phantom is just too fast for him, picking him right off the ramp to take a lead. The top seat is looking very comfortable right now. Vortex claws back to leave us deadlocked at 2 apiece. He's proving that the rating difference isn't everything today. Phantom regains control and pushes ahead to 3-2. The top seat is definitely feeling the momentum now. The speed of these last 2 rounds was just incredible. Phantom is simply reacting faster than anything Vortex can throw at him. What a scrap. Vortex barely scrapes through that encounter, surviving by a thread. He's proving that a top tier rating isn't a guaranteed win today. Phantom takes control of the ramp to widen his lead, and he's looking really sharp right now. He's definitely playing like the best man on the ladder. Phantom is really putting his current form on display with a 26-10 record over the last day. It is an impressive run that makes this current lead feel very natural. Vortex is just fighting an uphill battle right now. He's just untouchable right now, picking up another effortlessly as we head toward the break. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's completely defying the odds right now. Vortex was supposed to walk away with this one, but he's struggling to keep up with the pace. Vortex needs a total reset. Vortex manages another point, bringing it to 8-5. It's a tough time for the top seed to be fighting these deficits. Phantom extends the gap to 9-5 with a clinical finish. A dominant showing so far from the league's top seed. Phantom is really making a statement here. He's just a few rounds away from wrapping this up. He's a 70% success rate on this particular set of layouts. Phantom is cruising now, leading 10-6. A solid effort from the number 4 seed to keep this closer. Vortex just can't seem to string together a few rounds in a row today. The world number 1 is putting on a clean. Vortex shows some real grit here, clearing the ramp out to keep this contest alive. The number 4 seed is staying aggressive under the pressure. He just needs one more to shut the door on this series. It's a tough mental spot for the lower ranked player to be in. Absolute perfection. Phantom secures the final kill to close this series out. He really played like the best in the league today, just leaving the other guy in the dust. Welcome everyone, we've got a great match on red line today as Catalyst takes on the top-seeded Phantom. Catalyst holds a surprising lifetime edge in their head-to-head history. It's a really tight gap, but the numbers suggest Catalyst knows exactly how to handle the best player in our rating. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence helps him build a lead early on. Catalyst is really starting to pull away here. He's certainly bringing that momentum from his recent 13-7 win against Vortex. Phantom is quickly turning the tide here and really making his presence felt. The world number 1 is quickly asserting his dominance here. He secures the kill from the ramp, extending the streak to 3. It looks like a tough run of games for the 5th seed. And Catalyst finds his mark, picking Phantom off the ramp to even things up. He looks very comfortable out here despite the rating gap. Phantom shows great timing, catching him from the Tetris to get back in control. He's been in incredible form today, really tearing through his bracket. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Phantom manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. He's certainly carrying that high energy from his victory over Vortex. He's simply not letting up, securing another round to keep this hot streak moving. Phantom puts on a clinic, knocking Catalyst off the ramp to push his lead to 7-3. A total shutout from the ramp, leaving Catalyst completely stranded. His top seed status is really playing a factor here. Phantom takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, Catalyst was expected to control this map, but he's just not keeping up. That 6-round run really put the top seed in a commanding position. Time for a fresh start. Catalyst has managed to maintain a winning edge across their overall head-to-head history. And he's certainly looking to recapture that feeling after the heavy pressure he's faced so far. He'll need more than one round if he wants to flip the script on the world number 1. Phantom is just relentlessly pushing the pace now, managing to shut down Catalyst from the ramp yet again. Looking like an effortless outing for the top seed. Phantom deletes him from the Tetris to put himself just one step away from victory. The gap between these two seeds is really showing through. Clean response from the underdog, taking the shot to clear the ramp. A quick response to keep the fight alive. What a finish. Phantom barely survives that final exchange to secure the map victory. He really looked like the superior player today, completely ignoring the fact that this map is usually a goldmine for Catalyst. Welcome to the arena. Catalyst and Vortex are stepping up for a huge match, with Catalyst currently holding the edge. Catalyst owns a clear historical advantage with a 66% head-to-head win rate. The pressure is definitely on Vortex here, especially since he's coming off a tough multi-match losing streak. It'll be a fight to see if he can reverse that trend today. Vortex has seized control of the late 2-1. A tight clash between two of the top 5 on the ladder. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, moving into a 3-round surge. A surprising shift for the higher rated player in this set. Vortex just secured a massive advantage, holding that high ground on the ramp for a 4th straight victory. He really needs a strong set here after those previous losses. What a response! He just shuts down the momentum with a flawless duel. His top 10 ranking gives him the confidence to stay steady here. Vortex is really putting the pressure on, managing to take Catalyst down from the heaven position. His higher rating is starting to weigh in here. Vortex has struggled throughout the day, going 15-21 in his last few matches. It's clear he's finally finding his footing now that the scoreline has shifted in his favor. I wonder if this is the start of a larger comeback. Vortex secure another victory from the ramp, extending his lead to 7. Just a few rounds ago, he was fighting for a comeback. Catalyst manages to hold the Tetris and picks up his first round of the half. He's definitely proving why he's one of the top 5 right now. Catalyst is really starting to close the gap here, taking over the pace of the game. He looks much more comfortable than he did in that early deficit. Vortex heads into the break with a strong 8-4 lead. I mean, this is a total reversal of what we expected to see, given Catalyst's huge head-to-head advantage. He's really making this a fight. Let's see who adapts first. Catalyst keeps climbing, now trailing by just 3. He is fighting a tough stretch, having dropped his last 3 games. Secures a 2nd straight point from the ramp, showing a lot of grit to keep this chase alive. The lead is shrinking fast for the favorite. Vortex still holds a 3-point cushion at 9-6. Vortex is really showing the strength of that top 4 ranking. Vortex is really locking things down quickly, neutralizing Catalyst even when he's holding that Tetris angle. He's proving far more resilient than his recent form suggests. A complete shutdown from him as he secures a 3rd consecutive point. It's a completely different story than their last meeting on AIM Italy P. He responds immediately with a rapid shot to keep the pressure high. Another fast reaction, and he's just a single round away from victory. A complete flip from the expected outcome today. Game over. Vortex secures the final kill and closes out the match. He's completely shaken off that slump. Catalyst had a huge advantage coming into this, but he just couldn't find an answer today. Welcome to the Berserk League. Phantom and Vortex are stepping onto orange for this match, with Phantom entering as the favorite. Phantom currently sits at the very top of our rating system as the #1 seed, and that class difference is already showing in the early exchanges. He's been extremely consistent over his last 10 matches, so the pressure is really on Vortex to find an answer quickly. Vortex needs a big play to keep this tight. He's actually coming in with a decent result against Catalyst. Phantom is really putting on a clinic here, making the first few exchanges look effortless. Phantom holds a slim lead, but Vortex is fighting back. He's definitely looking to make up for that loss on Mapas. Phantom is firmly in control with a 4-2 cushion. Phantom is certainly playing like the top seed today. Phantom has completely dominated their head-to-head history by winning 60% of their encounters. We're seeing that same pattern play out today as he puts on the pressure. If Vortex can't find a way to disrupt this momentum, it's going to be a very short afternoon. Phantom is just cruising now, leading by 3. That was a ridiculously quick exchange. Vortex is refusing to back down, securing another win to keep the gap manageable. That was an incredibly tight duel. What a scramble. Vortex holds the line from the ramp to keep this series incredibly close. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. Well, Phantom was expected to run away with this one, but Vortex has stayed right in the fight. Let's see if he can maintain that energy after the side switch. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom edges ahead again to reclaim a narrow lead. The skill gap is evident in how he stays composed. Vortex just stepped up to level things off, showing a huge amount of grit to bring the series to a deadlock. The underdog is really digging in his heels now. Phantom just snatched a 1-round advantage. He's put together a really dominant stretch over the last few hours. A completely untouched response from Vortex, who has now completely wiped out that early deficit. The momentum shift is real, as he completely shuts down the top seed's attempt to pull ahead. The script is flipping on the favorite tonight. Absolute control from Vortex now, who's just staring down his 3rd straight victory. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Phantom answers back immediately with a sharp response to stay within striking distance. We've hit a dead heat at 10 apiece. The top-seeded player is really starting to exert himself. Vortex continues his climb, pulling ahead by a single round. That was a much slower pace than the last 2 encounters. Another effortless blow for Vortex, who now stands just 1 round away from a huge upset. What a finish. Vortex closes out the series with a light and fast shot to secure the victory. Unbelievable. He just dragged the top seed into the deep end and came out on top. What a match. Welcome to the Dunes map. We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off to see who takes the win today. Phantom holds a 64% win rate on this map, giving him a massive historical advantage in these particular exchanges. It's a stark contrast to Catalyst's performance here, so we have to see if that early lead is just a fluke. Catalyst is surging ahead with a 2-1 cushion. The league's top-rated player is starting to put on a show. Phantom has completely flipped the momentum, erasing that early deficit in a flash. The #1 rated guy is looking very comfortable. That was an instant shutdown, and now he's staring down a 3-round streak. Catalyst answers back immediately, bringing the series level at 3 apiece. Catalyst grabs the lead, moving ahead 4-3. Tough spot for the favorite, who's been dominant today overall. Phantom Claws back to a deadlock at 4-all. A very clean showing so far for the top-seeded player. This set is going back and forth, and we've got a real toss-up on our hands here. Phantom used that high ground perfectly to secure the round. A fierce battle, considering Catalyst holds the head-to-head lead. Catalyst is making things very difficult for the top seed right now, and he just cleared that box with ease. The world #1 is struggling to put a lid on this. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see. He's managing the pace well and keeping the top-seeded player under pressure. Let's see how the switch goes. Catalyst maintains his narrow edge, sitting one up now. The top seed is definitely starting to find his footing. Phantom has forced a total stalemate at 7-0. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, extending that run to 3 straight. He seems to have all the answers today. He's just too fast right now, putting the pressure on with a 4th straight victory. The higher rating is definitely making an impact. He puts a stop to that run with a sharp response. His historical dominance in this matchup is really starting to show. Catalyst is on fire, picking Phantom right off the box to keep this deadlock alive. It's wild seeing the favorite struggle for composure like this. He's just completely taken over the pace of this game with 3 in a row. The momentum shift is real after that 13-5 loss he suffered earlier today. He just completely dismantles the defense, putting a quick shot on the box to keep this surge going. He's simply too strong right now, reaching match point after a staggering 5-round tier. Just a nightmare scenario for the favorite player today. Absolute dominance to close it out. Catalyst secures the match with a final emphatic victory. He really shook off those early losses today and completely flipped the script against the top seed. A huge result here. Welcome to the stream. We have a great matchup today on Fast Aim as Catalyst takes on Vortex. Vortex makes a strong statement early, picking up that first exchange from the ramp. A high-stakes battle between the top 5 in the league. Vortex is just too quick out of the gate today, catching Catalyst right as he stepped up onto that box. Vortex really seems to have the upper hand in this matchup today. Catalyst holds a massive lifetime advantage with a 66% win rate in their head-to-heads, but we have to remember that Vortex is coming off a strong win against him in their most recent encounter. I wonder if the momentum has shifted permanently. Vortex leads 3-2 and looks totally dominant. He's putting that 39 win over Phantom to good use. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on, picking Catalyst right off that wall. He's really playing like the top 4 seed right now. Vortex is absolutely rolling now, leading 5-2. He's definitely looking for a repeat of that 13-7 result. Absolutely effortless, he manages to shut down the opposition instantly to maintain the pace. Catalyst answers back from the ramp to bring the score to 3-6. His high ladder standing is making his presence felt now. Vortex simply refused to let that window position give Catalyst any advantage this time. The higher ranked man is proving far too consistent. Vortex was just too sharp from the ramp to give up this lead. He's really locking down the flow of this. It's becoming a very long day for the 5th ranked player. We're heading into the break with an 8-4 lead for Vortex. I mean, he's completely ignored the head-to-head history here. Catalyst is struggling to find a way back as the underdog takes full control of this half. Time for a hard reset. Starting to claw back into this, showing a bit of that experience while holding down those planks. He's showing that veteran presence now. Vortex is just too disciplined using that window to put himself back in the driver's seat. He's effectively neutralized everything we usually see from the higher seated side. That was a rapid fire exchange and Catalyst manages to shut him down right in that window. He's quickly shaking off that early game rust. Emotion mid-Vortex has a very consistent 50% win rate over a huge volume of matches. It's clear he's leaning into that reliability right now to keep Catalyst at arm's length. He just needs a few more precise rounds to close the door. Emotion mid. That's a total shutout, and we're seeing a real spark of resilience from the higher seed. Vortex is suddenly looking a lot more vulnerable than he was early on. Vortex has a very tight grip on this match, and he's not letting an opening slide. Vortex is really leading into that recent 13-7 victory. Goodness, that was tight. Vortex just barely edges out the win to move into match point. He just keeps finding a way to claw through the damage. He manages to secure a huge point from the ramp, delaying the inevitable for just a bit longer. Huge play from the toolbox, and Catalyst is refusing to go down without a fight. Suddenly everything is coming up for the higher seed. He continues his surge with a clean kill from the ramp to keep the dream alive. Vortex has definitely felt the pressure from this veteran challenger. Unbelievable. Vortex shuts it down right here to claim the victory. Honestly, I'm amazed Catalyst couldn't find a way to close that out after such a fierce comeback. He really pushed him to the brink here. What a fight. Welcome to Redline. We have a great matchup today as Phantom takes on Vortex in this elimination duel. Vortex is starting strong here, punishing Phantom for playing too high up on that ramp. Phantom catches him right as he's moving up that ramp, completely leveling the playing field. He's looking to bounce back after that tough loss on Orange. Phantom holds a significant overall advantage in the head-to-head record, winning about 60% of their career meetings, and yet Vortex has a psychological edge after taking their most recent encounter. I wonder if he can sustain this momentum to pull ahead again. Vortex is barely holding his slim lead over Phantom. It's a tricky spot for the current top seed to navigate. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on, picking Phantom off the ramp to extend that lead. It's a tough look for our #1 rated player. Unreal. Vortex claws out a victory with practically nothing left in the tank, just barely scraping by. A really surprising start for the top seed to navigate. Vortex is just on fire, keeping the pressure high to move his lead to 6. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from that 13-10 victory on Orange. Phantom earns a clean win as he holds his ground against his opponent on the ramp. He's showing why he's currently the top-rated name on the ladder. Good heavens, what a scramble. Vortex hangs on by a thread to win the duel from the ramp. It's a tough shift for the #1 ranked player to weather. Phantom holds his ground up on the ramp and puts a dent in that lead. Both players have stayed incredibly busy on the server today. Vortex holds an 8-4 lead as we head into the break. The favorite is comfortably in control here. He's really putting that 4-round win streak to good use to build a healthy cushion. Time for a fresh start. Phantom is coming off a strong 25-11 run over the last day. So yeah, he is clearly playing with a lot more confidence than he was in the previous game. If he can keep up this level of precision, he might actually overcome that initial deficit. He just slapped him off that ramp to keep this heater going. Absolutely crushing that confidence now. He's completely flipped the script in the blink of an eye. He's simply unstoppable right now, bringing the series back to a dead heat. The underdog is suddenly staring down a mountain of pressure. Vortex manages to shut that down and clears him off the Tetris. Vortex is really playing like he's on a roll right now. Vortex holds a tight 2-round cushion at 10-8. Vortex is really capitalizing on his high-tier form today. What a scrap! He survives a brutal exchange from the ramp to extend this run to 3. That was a nerve-wracking finish for his health bar. Puts an end to that rally with a total lockdown from the ramp, putting himself just 1 round away from the victory. Phantom just needed a huge answer here, and he manages to clear him off the ramp. That was a quick reset to keep this game alive. Another flawless exchange for Phantom, who just refuses to go away quietly. Vortex is starting to look a bit shaken right now. He just shuts it down with another effortless snap to the head, keeping the dream alive. Pure lightning in his fingertips for this 3-round burst. Absolutely stunning. He's completely seized the momentum, leveling this series at 12-12 to force a tiebreaker. He is just completely in control now, securing his 5th consecutive round with a clean sweep. Absolute lockout of the server to close out the series. Vortex answers back instantly, forcing a deadlock in the first set of overtime. Vortex is putting on an incredible display here, nearly pushing this to the finish line. The number 3 rated talent is really stepping up. He just secures another uncontested victory, leaving his opponent completely outclassed as he nears the finish line. What a stop. He just refused to let the match slide, staying calm under the most intense pressure. What a clutch performance to stay alive by a sliver of health and lock in this tie. Total deadlock in a series that just keeps swinging. Vortex barely holds the lead at 16-15. Unbelievable. Phantom has forced a complete stalemate at 16 apiece. Phantom pulls ahead for the first time, leading 17-16. The pressure is absolutely suffocating for Vortex right now. Phantoms now surged ahead to an 18-16 advantage. He's simply not letting up as we enter the final stretch. Phantom is absolutely dominating now with a 19-16 lead. He really ground out a victory here, barely surviving a couple of those nail biters. He'll be happy to get his revenge after that loss on Orange. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy for this match between Catalyst and Phantom to see who comes out on top. Phantom is coming into this with a massive edge on this specific map, winning well over 2/3 of his matches here. It makes a lot of sense why he's the top rated player in the league. I wonder if Catalyst can find an answer to that pressure. Phantom just cleaned up that exchange from the wine area, keeping the momentum moving forwards. Good grief! He nearly went down there. He scrapes through that fight with a tiny sliver of health. An impressive run of form for the top seed lately. Absolute chaos there, and somehow Catalyst is the one left standing after that brawl. We've got a dead heat now with both players tied at 3. A surprising turn given how favored the top seed entered today. What a scrap. Both were bleeding out, but he manages to outlast the top seed to secure a 3rd straight victory. That top seed look is starting to fade fast. Phantom answers back immediately, putting the tally back on even. Phantom regains the lead, putting him 1 ahead. Tied at 5, it's anyone's game now. A really tight battle considering the gap in their ratings. Catalyst has completely taken over the momentum here, pushing his lead to 2 rounds. It's an interesting turn for the league's top-ranked player. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break, while Catalyst is simply playing up to his billing right now. He's holding his own despite Phantom's overall map superiority. Let's see who blinks first. Catalyst has snatched the lead, putting him up 7-6. The head-to-head history actually favors the one currently trailing. Phantom fights back and we are locked at 7. He's really playing the long game today. Things are getting really tense. Catalyst is putting on some serious pressure right now. We are right back to a stalemate at 8 apiece. A very clean recovery for the top-seeded player here. Catalyst pulls ahead, now edging the series 9-8. His overall win rate is usually a bit lower than his opponent's. A really sharp read from Phantom, catching him right as he pushed into the wine area. It's exactly why the ladder has him at the top spot. Catalyst keeps his nose ahead, leading 10-9. His overall record against this opponent is actually quite strong. Unbelievable. He survives that absolute brawl to take down the other player from the wine. That was a blink and you miss it trade. Phantom is definitely finding a way to close this gap. He barely hangs on. A desperate scramble that ends with him clinging to a tiny bit of health to tie things up. The momentum is shifting back toward the #1 ranked player. Phantom is just relentless right now, putting himself a single round away from the win. Total dominance in that exchange, barely taking any damage. Absolutely untouchable. Phantom seals the deal with a clean finish to take home the victory. Catalyst really pushed him to the brink, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. Catalyst and Vortex are ready to face off on Mapas to see who wins. Catalyst has dominated the head-to-head record with a 66% win rate over a huge sample. It's impressive to see him controlling the early tempo despite having a tough time with his recent form. We'll see if he can maintain that historic edge as the match progresses. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. Vortex is currently sitting just one spot higher on the ladder. Vortex just reading perfectly, catching Catalyst before he could even react from the ramp. Catalyst puts him down right as he tries to hold that ramp, taking the lead once more. Vortex will be hoping to bounce back from that recent 13-11 loss in their last meeting. We are all square now with both players locked in. Vortex is definitely looking comfortable tonight. Catalyst barely holds the lead, pushing it to 4-3. It's a battle of the top 5 on our ladder. Vortex is actually the stronger player on this specific map. It's a bit surprising to see him on the back foot when he usually feels a lot more confident in these spots. He'll need to figure out a new approach if he wants to claw back into this. That was a lightning fast exchange, showing some real grit from Vortex to stay in this. Catalyst is just running away with this, leading 7-4. He's certainly playing like the better of the two right now. Catalyst takes a solid lead heading into the break at 8-4. It's a very predictable start for the favorite. He's showing why he's the top pick here, keeping a steady pace throughout the opening half. Vortex needs a spark here. Catalyst is just relentless, extending his lead to 9-4. His early losses today aren't showing up in his play right now. Vortex keeps his cool, putting an end to that streak by picking Catalyst right off the ramp. Unreal, he barely escapes that chaos with a sliver of health remaining. Vortex is putting his higher ranking on display right now. He's simply not letting up, making it 3 straight in a row as the gap closes. The pressure is really mounting for the early frontrunner now. He's totally shifted the energy of this game, cleaning him off the ramp to bring the score within 1. This is exactly why the favorite was sweating his positioning. He just completely erased that lead, picking the opponent off the container to tie this series up. It's a total toss-up now as we head into the final stretch. A swift response from Catalyst to reclaim a 1-round advantage. What a nail-biter! He barely claws through that exchange, which resets the score to a deadlock. He really keeps pulling through in these high-pressure moments. Vortex finds his target on the container, showing impressive tenacity to push back into the lead. A huge shift in momentum as we enter the final stretch. Vortex is simply on fire right now, stepping up his play to put the series in his grasp. Vortex is taking total control of the server. What a fight. Catalyst secures the win in a messy exchange to keep himself in the match. A high-stakes clash between two of the top players in the league. Absolute chaos in that final trade. Vortex survives the carnage to complete an unbelievable comeback victory. He simply refused to crack, clawing back from that huge deficit to prove he's the better man today. He's finally shaking Catalyst's grip on this rivalry. What a fight. Welcome back to the Berserk League. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing off on Dunes to see who takes the win. Phantom has a 60% lifetime success rate when these two cross paths. It's quite a stark contrast to the current scoreline, especially since we're seeing the top-rated player in the league start on the back foot. I'm curious to see if the favorite can pull back into his usual dominant form. Vortex holds a narrow lead as we head into round 3. He's definitely looking stronger after that tight win over Catalyst earlier. Vortex is really starting to seize control here, refusing to let Phantom get any momentum going. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life there, managing to edge out the win in an absolute slugfest. He looks much more composed than during that narrow loss to Catalyst. Vortex is cruising right now, leading 4-2. The top seed is definitely feeling the heat from this challenger. Phantom finally strikes back, trailing by just a single round. His #1 ranking is finally starting to show. The momentum has completely shifted. We are all squared up now, and the pressure is right back on Vortex. He's looking dangerous after that strong showing against Catalyst. Vortex just barely holds the edge at 5-4. Both of these guys are coming off extremely tight results against Catalyst. Vortex has already taken 18 wins today. Well, that's an incredibly high volume of games to play in one go. It feels like he's finding a weird kind of flow while the favorite is struggling to keep up with the pace. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the favorites are doing exactly what we expected here. He's playing very clean though. Phantom's high overall win rate means we can't count him out yet. Time for the switch. Vortex is putting on a clinic, expertly picking Phantom right off the box to widen that gap. A really tough stretch for the top seed today. That was a lightning fast reaction, keeping the pressure high as he claws his way back. Vortex is just dominating with a commanding 9-6 lead. The #1 seed just isn't finding any answers right now. That was a total shutout, showing exactly how gritty he's being in this comeback attempt. Another perfect sequence, and the top seed is officially on a roll. Vortex is finally feeling the pressure mount. Absolutely flawless execution from the box, and we are officially deadlocked at 9 apiece. He is simply unstoppable right now, securing a lead for the first time tonight. An incredible display of tenacity as he wins another tough duel, moving just 2 rounds away from victory. A complete role reversal from the start of this set. He is simply on fire right now, pushing the tally to 12 and needing just 1 more for the win. What a finish. He closes out the series in style to secure the victory. He just couldn't keep the pressure up in that final stretch. He showed a lot of heart early on, but the world #1 is just too steady. Welcome to the arena. We've got a great matchup today between Phantom and Vortex. Let's see who takes the win. Phantom enters this one with a massive historical lead, having won about 60% of their head-to-head matchups. It makes sense seeing how consistent he's been today. I wonder if Vortex can find a way to break this pattern. Vortex has the edge now, leading 2-1. Coming in as the clear favorite today, he's struggling early. Another effortless kill here, and the momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Hard to believe a top 3 threat is playing this cleanly. Unreal, he almost went down in that chaos, but he digs deep to scrap out the win. He's finally starting to look like the top seed on the ladder. And just like that, Phantom pulls us back to a dead heat. Vortex has really struggled to close things out against him lately. Phantom continues his tear, wiping the floor with the opposition from the ramp. That's a familiar result given their history together. He's just completely unstoppable right now, taking a 4th straight for good measure. He's looking like a true world #1 today. Vortex finally puts a stop to that charge, keeping the deficit to just 1. Just a tight gap between the top 3 on the ladder. Phantom uses that height advantage on the ramp to widen the gap to 2. He's definitely acting like the #1 seed right now. Vortex is answering everything Phantom throws at him right now, keeping the pressure high. A really fierce effort from the 3rd ranked player today. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, we're seeing the underdog outplay the favorite as expected by the ratings. Vortex has the skill to turn this around, but he's on the back foot right now. Position swap. Let's get back to it. Vortex claws it back to 6, barely trailing Phantom. A really resilient showing from the 3rd ranked guy. Vortex just completely takes over, shutting down Phantom right off that Tetris position. Absolute chaos. Things are wide open now. Phantom just barely reclaimed the lead, 8-7. He's definitely riding some serious momentum with those recent victories. A fast trade between the 2 on the ramp, and Phantom comes out on top once again. He has truly looked like the top seed in this match. The Vortex just reads that position perfectly and manages to knock him right off the box. He's put up some serious fights against him in their recent series. Vortex is really starting to put on the pressure, expertly picking Phantom off that elevated spot. Phantom is refusing to let this game slip away, shaking off that recent slump to reclaim control. He's certainly showing why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Goodness, what a scramble! He barely clings to life to secure a massive lead of 2. Just a sheer display of nerves for that close one. He just completely takes over from the box, leaving him stranded at 12-9. Vortex keeps fighting, putting up another strong stop to hold the gap at 2. He's certainly proving that he can hang with the elite today. Vortex refuses to give up, securing another round to keep his hopes alive. Everything has shifted in the blink of an eye. Absolutely phenomenal. He secures another win from the ramp to force a deadlock at 12-12. Vortex is just on fire, securing a 4th straight to put the pressure right back on. The pre-match favorite is looking completely rattled. What a response. He shuts down the momentum completely to bring us level at 13-13. Vortex shows incredible grit, simply erasing Phantom right off that box to take a lead. Pure efficiency from him on that final sequence. This is becoming an absolute endurance test for both of them. That was a crisp read on the angle. His high seed is really starting to weigh in here. A clean sweep of the round for Vortex, putting him just one step away from the victory. The pressure is clearly mounting for the top seed. What a huge stop. He manages to reset the board and tie things up at 15-15. Total toss up at this point. Neither one can pull ahead. Phantom just surged ahead by 1 in this nail biter. Absolute deadlock at 16 all for these two. Phantom just notched ahead, putting him up 17-16. That top tier experience is showing in this extended marathon. Phantom's back in the driver's seat with an 18-16 lead. Vortex is definitely feeling the weight of that underdog status now. Vortex answers back, narrowing it down to a 1-point gap. Both players are just refusing to let this one end. Unbelievable. Vortex forces a complete tie at 18-all. Absolutely terrifying for the seed leader to be pushed this far. Vortex barely edges ahead, holding a narrow 19-18 lead. Vortex just surged ahead, claiming a 20-18 lead. He's completely in control of this series now. Vortex is dominating a 3-round lead now. The pressure is really getting to the high-seeded player today. Vortex is practically cruising now with a 4-round cushion. He just completely refused to back down in overtime. This has to be a huge confidence boost for him coming off that loss. What a battle. Welcome everyone, we've got Phantom and Vortex facing off on Orange to see who comes out on top today. Phantom enters this game with a strong 63% lifetime win rate. But he's coming off a loss against Vortex in their most recent encounter. It will be interesting to see if he can shake off that last defeat and reclaim his historical advantage. Phantom holds a slim lead as we head back. The top seed is definitely asserting himself right now. He just can't be stopped right now, securing his third straight round. The world #1 is playing perfectly right now. Just a complete shutout as soon as the round started. He's simply not letting up. An absolute rampage from him, securing 5 straight. It's a textbook display from the top seed so far. Vortex enters back with a clean shot to put a dent in that run. It's an impressive display of grit for someone fighting an uphill battle. Phantom has been historically dominant in their head-to-head, winning 60% of their encounters. It's clear he's finding his form again after that early stumble. He just needs to keep this pressure high to secure a clean sweep. Phantom is cruising along with a comfortable 7-3 lead. Vortex certainly knows how to trade blows with him today. Vortex is starting to put some serious pressure on the leader here, chipping away at that lead. That's a very dangerous start for the top seed. Phantom heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he's really defying the odds right now. Despite the hype around Vortex, the underdog has completely taken control of this opening half. Time to see how Vortex responds. Phantom's firmly in the driver's seat at 9-4. Looking incredibly steady for the top seed right now. Phantom is just dominating, pushing his lead to 10-4. The gap between the top 2 on the ladder is showing right now. He simply isn't missing, effortlessly expanding his lead to 11-4. He's looking every bit like the top seed right now. Unreal. He's completely shut down any hopes of a comeback, moving just 1 step away from victory. He's proving to be far too much for the opposition today. A sharp reaction there to slow things down, keeping the dream alive for just a bit longer. It's a tough spot to be in, but he's showing some real heart. He gets another clean win here, keeping his hope alive for now. Vortex is fighting like a man possessed right now. That's another flawless exchange, and he's officially on a tear. He's certainly shaking off the rust from earlier today. What a scrap! He clings to life with a sliver of health to extend his streak to 4. The momentum has completely shifted in the second half. And there it is. Phantom shuts the door to close out the match. He really solidified that #1 ranking today, proving he's just a cut above the competition on this map. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Phantom and Vortex ready to face off to see who takes the win today. Phantom has held a massive 60% success rate over their lifetime head-to-head matchups. It's a stark contrast to the early pressure we're seeing from Vortex. We'll have to see if the top seed can leverage that historical dominance to claw back into this. Phantom holds his ground from the ramp to keep this tight. Hard to ignore that he's currently the top-rated player on the ladder. Unreal. Phantom barely escapes that exchange, managing to edge out the victory from the ramp. Vortex is really feeling the pressure now. Vortex was just too sharp from the window to let Phantom keep that momentum going. Vortex is definitely playing like the underdog. Who knows, he can win. We are deadlocked at 3-all, a complete stalemate. He's looking a lot more comfortable after that recent win on orange. Vortex now holds a narrow lead with a 4-3 advantage. What a fight. He almost went down, but somehow manages to scramble away for the lead equalizer. Neither one of them is letting up a single inch. Phantom is really starting to find his stride, using that ramp position to pull even further ahead. He's definitely leaning on that top seed confidence right now. He's on a roll now, securing his 3rd straight round to take a 2-round lead. The top-rated player is truly asserting his authority on this map. Huge play from the ramp as he closes out another round. He's definitely looking like the better man right now. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's just completely ignored the pre-match predictions. That 5-round streak has put the favorite in a deep hole early on. Vortex needs to wake up now. Phantom is comfortably in the lead with 8 rounds, but the momentum has shifted since the break. It's a tough spot to be in after that loss, and now the pressure is shifting back toward the favorite. Vortex just needs to keep this run going. Phantom's just unstoppable, pushing his lead to 9-5. It's just another chapter in a career series of dominance. Vortex was really quick to punish that pick, taking control from the ramp. That was a lightning-fast exchange to keep him in this. Vortex is showing real grit here, securing another one from the ramp to keep this rally alive. The momentum is swinging hard in his favor. Phantom pulls back a 3-round cushion. He's definitely bringing that #1 ranking to the forefront. Vortex stays composed through a longer standoff to bring this game closer. That exchange took a while to resolve compared to the last few. Phantom secures the round from the ramp, putting a lot of pressure on Vortex as he closes in on the finish. The top seed's form has been steady throughout this day. Both of them were trading heavy damage in that fight, but Vortex outlasts the exchange to bring him within 2. That was a grueling sequence of shots to resolve. He is putting up a serious fight, cleaning up from the ramp to narrow the gap. The pressure is really building on the favorite now. Unbelievable. He just completely erased that deficit, securing the 11-11 tie from the ramp. The underdog is refusing to blink under this much heat. Vortex just keeps rolling, moving within a single point of victory after 4 straight wins. Vortex has completely flipped the script on the pre-game expectations. A huge stop from the ramp as he halts that momentum to force a tie. It's a battle of the titans between the 3rd and 1st seeds. Vortex is simply refusing to go away, strolling to a 13-12 lead with that effortless snap. He's absolutely locked in right now. We've completely lost the count. I can't believe we're heading into overtime after such a wild CISO battle. Phantom is really starting to stack up the numbers, pushing his way to a 2-round lead. Another clean sequence as he shuts down the ramp, moving to 15-13. A total shutdown of that side of the map. Vortex is showing incredible resolve, shutting him down from the box to keep this battle alive. He closes it out with a fierce trade to shut down the challenge and secure the series victory. He really dug deep to keep his composure and hold on to that top spot today. He just refused to break under the pressure. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels on Italy. Phantom and Vortex are ready to fight for the win. Phantom enters this match with a dominating 60% lifetime win rate against Vortex. It's a massive historical advantage, yet he's currently fighting an uphill battle today. We need to see if the top seed can actually put that experience to use. Vortex is surging ahead with a 2-round lead. The higher seed is definitely feeling the pressure early. Vortex is really putting on the pressure now, while Phantom is searching for a way back into this. He is just outclassing the opposition right now, claiming another fast win. A tough start for the top-seeded player. Manages to knock him off the wine, proving he's not going down without a fight. It's exactly what we wanted to see from the heavy favorite. Phantom has looked incredibly strong overall today with a 24-12 record, and honestly that consistency makes this current deficit even more surprising. It'll take a huge shift in momentum to turn this around. Vortex is running the show with a 6-free grip. He's currently the #1 ranked player on the ladder. Vortex is just blinking and the round is over, leaving Phantom with 0 room to breathe. He's really making this a grind for the top seed. Vortex really just shut that down, clearing him right off the container with a quick reaction. Vortex takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected to see today. He has a tight grip on this map and just needs to avoid any major mistakes to close this out. Time for a total reset. Vortex stays out of reach at 9-4. The world #1 is finally starting to find a gap. Vortex is absolutely cruising with a 10-4 lead. The rating difference is clear, but the momentum is shifted. Vortex just tore right through him on the wine, and it's happening so fast now. Another effortless kill for the leader, putting him just a single round away from the finish. Huge response from Phantom to keep this series alive. He's finally showing some teeth in this series. He keeps the dream alive with another swift victory, refusing to let this match end just yet. The grip is finally starting to slip for the leader. Unbelievable, he's just completely shut him out for a 3rd straight round. The sheer confidence of this comeback is starting to take over. What a way to seal it. Vortex survives the trade and takes the victory. The #3 seed just shook the world, proving that the historical numbers mean nothing when you're playing this fast. Welcome to the Berserk League. Phantom and Vortex are facing off on red line to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this one with a strong historical edge, boasting a 60% win rate in their career meetings. It's interesting because Vortex actually took their most recent encounter in a fairly decisive way. I wonder if we are seeing that rivalry flip back in the top seed's favor today. He's just on fire, picking off his opponent from the Tetris to secure a third straight win. The top seed is putting on a clinic to start this set. Vortex answers back immediately, knocking him off the boxes to stop that early surge. He's showing he can hang with the odds on favor. Vortex is refusing to go away, dragging his opponent off the boxes to close the gap. The gap in skill isn't showing up in the scoreline yet. Absolute perfection by Vortex, cleaning him off the Tetris to tie this series up. Phantom manages to regain the lead by taking the fight from the ramp. The #1 ranked guy is starting to exert his authority. Phantom is just taking total control of the pace now, grabbing another one while perched up on the Tetris. He's certainly playing the part of the world #1 tonight. He completely blindsides his opponent on the ramp, putting his lead up to a comfortable 3 rounds. He wins another chaotic exchange from the ramp to move his lead to 7-3. That's a massive turnaround from the 13-7 result we saw earlier. He holds the high ground again, securing another win from the Tetris to keep this streak alive. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, he's just punishing Vortex right now. While the oddsmakers expected the favorite to cruise, Phantom is outplaying him in almost every exchange. Vortex needs a quick spark here. Phantom secures another one from the Tetris, really putting the pressure on Vortex as we move deeper into the set. He's really making his current ranking look legitimate. What an incredible survival. Vortex barely makes it through that exchange, taking his opponent down off the ramp by a sliver of health. Unreal, he clawed that one back from the brink. Vortex has the momentum now, putting together an impressive run of wins recently. He's proving that despite the gap in their ladder ratings, he can definitely outplay the top seed in a high pressure environment. If he keeps this up, he could potentially turn the tide of the whole match. Phantom quickly shuts him down from the mid containers, putting himself just 2 rounds away from victory. It's an impressive day for him with 24 wins overall. He's just not letting up, taking another clean round to put himself on match point. Vortex just can't find a way to shut him down. Boom, that's it. He closes out the map with a final decisive shot. The gap between these two was just too wide tonight. Phantom looks absolutely untouchable right now. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Phantom taking on Vortex in a great matchup where the favorite faces a tough test. Vortex came out flying, catching Phantom completely off guard while he was up high. Unbelievable. Phantom barely scrapes through that chaotic exchange to even the score. The league's top seed is definitely finding his footing. Phantom currently holds a substantial advantage in their head-to-head record over the long term. It's clearly a struggle right now as he's failing to capitalize on that historical dominance. He'll need to find some answers quickly if he wants to shut this down. Phantom's now a single round ahead after that push. Vortex is struggling to keep up with the world number one. He's simply on another level right now, taking that exchange effortlessly to secure 3 straight. Vortex responds immediately, shutting down the momentum with a fast flick. Phantom is just too quick to react, taking Vortex down from the high ground. He's clearly leaning into that rank 1 confidence. Phantom keeps the lead as we head into round 9. It's a closely contested set after their recent battles earlier today. Deadlock at 5 apiece. Vortex has fought back. He's certainly proving why he's ranked so closely to the top. He's completely taken over the map, putting his opponent in a deep hole just before the break. Vortex is capitalizing on his current form perfectly. We're all square at 6-6. Well, it's not the one-sided affair people were expecting for the favorite. Both players trade the same number of streaks, and this is starting to look like a total toss-up. Let's see who blinks first. Phantom edges ahead with a slim 7-6 lead. The top dog is finally starting to flex that rating gap. Phantom is really capitalizing on his 25-12 performance over the last day. It's clear that he's bringing a massive amount of confidence into the second half. He's just completely in control right now. A total shutdown here as he continues to steamroll through the competition. His 63% all-time win rate is definitely staring us in the face. Vortex manages to hold the slide and puts up a strong fight. He's definitely showing a bit more grit than the pre-match odds suggested. Phantom's now firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. He is really showing the class of the ladder right now. What a scramble. Both players were practically empty, but he manages to pull through the chaos. He is absolutely on fire now, securing that kill from the box to put himself 1 point away from victory. And there it is, he closes this series with a final flurry to take the victory. He's absolutely dominating the dunes right now, showing exactly why he sits at the top of those rankings. Welcome to the show. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Phantom starts us off strong by taking a commanding spot on the ramp to secure that first round. A clean start for the top-rated player on the ladder. Phantom holds a massive lead in the lifetime head-to-head, a count of 21-81 rounds won. And that historical dominance usually translates to total control in this series. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can actually push this one into a real battle. Vortex claws back and we're completely deadlocked at 2 apiece. This looks like a total coin flip right now. Vortex has a bit of a roll going now, taking the lead and putting the pressure on. Simply untouchable right now as he cruises to a 3-round streak. The underdog is really making a statement early on. Phantom answers back immediately to keep things tight. He's played a lot of games today, already piling up 26 wins. We're back to a stalemate with Phantom and Vortex tied. He's really leaning into that rank 1 status right now. A huge turn of the tide as he clears the ramp and claims his 3rd straight victory. This mirrored the 13-7 result from their most recent encounter. Vortex finds a clean shot to clear the ramp and bring the score level. The 3rd seed is refusing to be intimidated by the top spot. Vortex edges ahead, holding a slim 1-round advantage. The underdog is really seizing the momentum here. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, everything is playing out exactly as the favorite side should. He's kept a steady grip on the pace so far. Let's see how they adjust. Phantom has been an absolute powerhouse today with a 26-11 record. But the scary thing is how he's failing to find that same consistency against Vortex. If he can turn this around quickly, he's going to face a very uphill battle. Another clean one for the leader who just keeps refusing to go away. A surprising shift in luck for the underdog in this series. What a surge. He holds the ramp again to bring this game level at 8-8. The momentum has completely flipped in this series. Absolutely ruthless. That's 4 straight for the man of the hour, and he's now taking the lead. He's starting to look every bit the heavy favorite now. The exchange ends with Vortex securing the kill, bringing the tally back to a deadlock. The matchup is effectively a toss-up now. Vortex is just refusing to back down, holding that ramp with total poise to take a 2-round lead. Phantom just won't break, taking the fight to the ramp to tie things up at 10-10. The favorites finally finding some stability in this clash. He's not backing down, clawing back into the lead to make it 11-10. He's definitely playing like the man to beat tonight. Incredible. He manages to shut down the push on the ramp to put himself just 1 step away from victory. Huge clutch from the toolbox to keep his hopes alive. Vortex is showing a lot of heart by staying in this fight. Absolute chaos. He manages to force a deadlock and we are headed straight into overtime. He's on fire, securing another effortless victory to put his opponent under immense pressure. Hard to believe the top seed is on the ropes right now. What a response. Phantom shuts the door on that run to tie the series at 13-13. He's refusing to let this match slip away, grabbing another round to reclaim the lead. He's starting to really tighten his grip on the series. A complete erasure of his opponent as he extends the streak to 3. The pressure is clearly shifting back toward the higher ranked side. Vortex barely broke a sweat, with that shot forcing this tiebreaker to go even further. Unbelievable. Phantom closes it out with an instantaneous shot to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one in overtime. Just a brutal grind from start to finish. What a battle. Welcome to Berserk League. We're on Italy today for a clash between Phantom and Vortex. Let's see who takes it. Phantom enters this series with a strong 63% all-time win rate. That level of experience is usually a major advantage when you're facing someone who's struggled as much as Vortex has lately. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can flip the script here. Phantom holds the lead, but Vortex is fighting back, coming off a tough stretch of losses against the top seed. Vortex is quickly turning the tide, using that high ground on the vine to square things up. Phantom is still holding a slim one-round lead. He's a cut above right now, asserting the top seed authority. Phantom's really pulling away now, sitting comfortably at 4-2. These two are trading blows constantly, and suddenly the momentum has shifted right back to Vortex. He hasn't been able to close out their recent matchups. Total deadlock now, with Vortex tying things up at 4-4. He's really putting the world #1 in a tough spot. Momentum is shifting completely as he secures his 3rd straight victory. It's a complete reversal from their last few encounters. A fast response there to bring us right back to a deadlock. A battle between the top 4 players on the ladder right now. Phantom narrowly regains control with a 6-5 advantage. He's really making his case as the #1 seed today. We head into the break tied at 6-6. Well, we're seeing a much tighter fight than expected since Phantom was heavily favored here. Both players look completely equal as they switch sides. Clean slate for both. Phantom edges ahead by 1 in this nail biter. His 26-11 run over the last day shows he's in fine form. And we are back to a dead heat at 7-0. Vortex is on fire right now. He's putting some serious pressure on the world #1. A stark contrast to the result of their last few maps. He's just unstoppable right now, claiming another round to take control of the map. He's completely outclassed him in this stretch, securing another effortless victory. Phantom answers back immediately, showing some real grit to keep this contest alive. A crucial stop to prevent a total collapse. He's putting a huge amount of pressure on the top seed right now. He is genuinely defying the history between these two. Unbelievable. He claws back around in a chaotic scrap and somehow walks away with a sliver of health. A miracle fight to stay in the running. He's really digging in now, refusing to let this game slip away. 2 very clean kills in a row to close the gap. Vortex is staring down the victory now, needing just a single round to wrap this up. What a read. He manages to secure another one to keep this dream alive. Absolute lightning fast reflex on that kill. What a finish. Vortex secures the final blow to close out the series. He's finally shaken off that losing streak against the top seed and stood his ground when it counted. Truly a huge result. What a series. Welcome to the stream. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off on orange for this match. Vortex gets the early lead, managing to pick Phantom right off those boxes for the first point. Phantom normally holds a huge 60% edge in their head-to-head matchups, but is looking quite shaken after dropping the most recent series to the same opponent. It's a tough start for the world #1. Absolutely ruthless. Vortex is simply refusing to let the world #1 get back into this. The momentum is completely shifted. He's just carving through the competition right now. This is a complete blackout for Phantom, who's now staring down a 5-round deficit. Unusual to see the heavy favorite start this poorly. A quick response here, finally putting a mark on the board. That's a decent way to kick off his 26-12 daily record. Vortex is just dominating, holding a massive 6-1 lead. A familiar result for him, echoing that tight finish on Italy. Phantom really is the top seed on the ladder, but he's currently fighting a steep uphill battle. Considering he's usually the one controlling the pace, he needs to turn this around quickly before the gap becomes insurmountable. Vortex holds a commanding 7-3 lead. The world's top-rated guy is finally starting to push back. Phantom is definitely narrowing the gap here, showing a lot more agility in these recent exchanges. Vortex heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. This is exactly what we anticipated seeing from him today. He's playing with a lot of confidence and Phantom is struggling to find an answer. Let's see some fight from Phantom. Vortex is just a step away at 9-4. Vortex looks like he's completely figured out the pace today. Phantom claws back to 5-9, staying in the fight. He's definitely showing why he's the top seed. Phantom is putting the pressure on now. He's starting to look like the one in control. He's on fire. That's 3 straight. And the gap is finally starting to close. The momentum shift is starting to look like a reality. He's just untouchable right now, picking up another flawless round to keep this rally going. He is completely taking over this half. Vortex steps back up and puts a stop to that run. He's definitely playing a different game than his last couple of matchups. The speed of these exchanges is getting wild and Vortex is just too quick right now. It's been a difficult hour for the favorite. He manages to edge out the exchange after a frantic scramble to secure his 9th point. He is really having to fight for every single point tonight. That's an absolute shutdown to hold the momentum. He's now just a single point away from victory. Hard to believe we're seeing this gap open up again. Unreal, he closes it out with an effortless finish to take the series. He's just playing a completely different game today, proving once again that rankings don't mean a thing in these duels. Welcome to the Dunes map. We've got Phantom taking on Vortex today to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this one as the undisputed top player on the ladder, holding a serious edge in their overall lifetime win rate. He's definitely looking to leverage that superior experience to shut down any momentum Vortex might bring. I want to see if he can truly distance himself from the competition here. Phantom is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Vortex needs to find a way to slow this down as he's just getting outpaced right now. He just completely shuts the door on any hopes of a comeback for Vortex. He finds the gap from the box, extending his streak to 4 straight. Looking at the head-to-head history, this lead feels very natural. The onslaught continues. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now. He's simply not letting up, securing 6 in a row to push his lead to 7-1. Vortex finally answers back, claiming a clean round to put a halt to that surge. Vortex has really turned the tide after coming off 2 recent wins against this opponent, so yeah, it looks like he's finally figuring out the pace and shaking off those earlier losses. I wonder if he can keep this momentum going to close the gap further. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's really defying the pre-match predictions right now. He holds a stronger history on Dunes, and he's certainly making that advantage felt. Time to swap sides. Phantom pulls ahead again, stretching it to an 8-5 lead. He's certainly showing why he's currently the #1 seed. What a complete shutdown by Vortex, refusing to let the favorite pull even further ahead. That was a lightning fast trade to get back in this. Phantom is too quick today, simply catching Vortex before he could react from that elevated spot. Vortex manages to clear him off the Tetris as the fight intensifies. Vortex is definitely not folding under the pressure today. He's absolutely refusing to back down, putting on a clinic to keep this deficit within reach. Phantom puts the pressure back on at 10-8. He's really leaning into that huge lead in their overall history. Vortex just had him on the ropes a moment ago, but Phantom is shutting that down quickly. The one seed is finally, and that is it for the comeback attempt as he closes in on the victory. His high rank is definitely translating into a huge performance today. Absolutely flawless finish. Phantom closes it out in style to secure the series. Vortex played his heart out today, but he just couldn't find a way to keep the top seed down long term. Welcome everyone to Red Line. Today we have Phantom taking on Vortex to see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a strong 60% historical win rate in their head-to-head matchups. You can see the confidence in his playstyle normally, but the start of this series hasn't gone his way. It will be interesting to see if he can leverage that long-term superiority. The streak continues. Vortex is putting on a show, taking a commanding early lead. Unexpected start for the #1 seed. Wow, what a scrap. He barely comes out alive after dragging the other guy off the box. Phantom is definitely feeling the pressure despite being the league leader. He's absolutely crushing this opener, securing his 5th straight victory. It's a complete flip from their encounter on Dunes. Absolute insanity. He survives with a sliver of health to pull Ridicule's value from a fight that looked lost. It's a brutal way for the top-rated player to start. He just can't find a way through as Vortex clears him off the Tetris to keep the momentum rolling. It's a complete reversal from their recent clash on Dunes. Simply untouchable right now as he extends the gap to 8 rounds. Phantom finally finds his mark, picking him off the Tetris. A glimpse of the dominance we've seen in their historical matches. What an incredible scrap. Vortex clutches the win after both of them barely escaped with their lives. Phantom manages to peek from the ramp and trade back, but he's still buried in a deep hole. It's a tough spot for the top-rated guy to be in right now. Vortex holds a 9-3 lead as we head into the break. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. He really took control with that 8-round run to put a huge gap between himself and the top seed. Time to switch it up. Vortex is just too sharp right now, quickly taking control from the ramp to keep his lead. It's a total nightmare for the #1 seed. Vortex just can't be stopped today, using that elevation on the boxes to secure another fast win. Phantom managed to hold that high ground on the boxes for a quick win. Phantom holds his ground on the Tetris to keep this fight alive, showing some real grit here. He's certainly looking to get back to his usual form. Another lightning-fast exchange and he's just one step away from victory. The gap in their current form is just staggering. Phantom keeps the dream alive by picking him off the Tetris. A huge shift from how his last 3 matchups went. Absolutely lethal. Vortex closes it out with a perfect shot to claim the victory. He just completely shut down the best player in the world today. I cannot believe we're seeing this result. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top. Phantom boasts a career win rate of 63% across his total history. It makes total sense why he's rated as the top player in our league right now. He just needs to keep his composure to prove he's the better man today. He's simply too fast right now, securing a completely clean third round. Vortex certainly looked sharper in their most recent meeting. Vortex barely escapes that one, pulling a gutsy win to stay in this match. A huge relief for him to finally get on the board. Phantom is dominating, putting Vortex down by 3. He is really putting his top ranking on display today. Vortex looks dangerous right now, picking up another clean win to keep the pressure high. It's becoming a real scrap between these two. He's refusing to go away, securing another effortless point to close the gap. Unbelievable. Vortex is completely unstoppable, tying the series up at 4-4. Phantom shuts that down quickly to reclaim a 1-round lead. Phantom is really starting to build some momentum here, using that ramp to put himself back in the driver's seat. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, strolling into a commanding 3-round streak as we approach the break. Phantom holds a solid 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, the community really expected Vortex to take this one. We might be seeing a huge upset if Phantom keeps playing this well. Fresh start for both players now. Phantom has historically owned this rivalry with a 60% win rate, and seeing him surge like this, it feels like he's making a statement. It is definitely a turnaround, given that he was actually an underdog coming into the match. Let's see if Vortex can find an answer. He's just not letting up, putting another fast round in the book to extend that lead. He simply isn't missing, sliding right into a position where he can close out the map. Absolutely incredible. He closes the door with one final flick to secure the victory. Vortex really tried to claw his way back, but that early momentum shift just killed any chance of a comeback. Welcome everyone to Orange. Phantom and Vortex are facing off now, with Phantom entering as the clear favorite today. Phantom holds a dominant 60% win rate in their head-to-head history. He really owns the mental edge here, so it's a matter of whether he can just shut down this early momentum from Vortex. What a scramble. Vortex barely escapes that encounter, moving to a commanding 3-0 lead. His recent win on Blame Redline is definitely fueling this start. Absolutely oppressive. He is just dismantling everything in his path right now. Phantom finally answers back with a very tidy response to slow things down. Vortex is just running away with this 5-1 lead. The top-seeded player is really struggling to find any stability here. Phantom is currently sitting on a 26-12 record today. He's clearly in a better headspace than his opponent right now. Given that high level of confidence, he should be able to claw his way back into this series. Vortex is still comfortably ahead at 6-3. That's a strong showing from a top 5% talent. Another fast reaction here, and he's starting to put up a real fight. A clean sweep of the exchange to keep things close. Vortex keeps his distance with a 7-4 lead. It's definitely a bit an unusual start for the top seed today. Vortex goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the pre-match outlook suggested. He's simply outplaying the world #1 right now. Time for a fresh start. Vortex is still firmly in control at 8-5. The top seed is finally starting to push back. He is showing a lot of grit, shutting the door on his opponent to keep this rally going. It's getting closer to a toss-up now. Unbelievable speed on that shot. He's completely shifted the energy of this match. Vortex puts an end to that run, bringing the score to 9-7. He's definitely not feeling the pressure of facing the league's best. What a fight. He barely survives that brutal encounter to keep the comeback alive. That was an absolute nail-biter for the finish. A stunning display of precision to bring the tally level at 9-all. He's completely taken over, claiming another round without losing a single point of health. The momentum has completely shifted in favor of the top seed. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking a commanding 2-round lead. The higher seed is finally asserting his authority. Another effortless victory for the leader, who's now just a single round away from ending the match. Vortex refuses to go quietly, ending that streak with a perfectly clean double tap. He's showing a lot of heart to keep this series alive. He's refusing to let the series end, clawing his way back into the fight. The pressure is mounting for the higher seed now. What a finish! Phantom secures the final shot and completes an incredible return to take the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, but his experience of the map just paid off. He'll be thrilled to get the W after such a roller coaster. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off on Mapas today, and the top seed looks strong. Phantom currently holds a strong 60% win rate in their head-to-head history. Well, that dominance usually shows up when they're playing against each other. We just have to see if Vortex can break that pattern early in this set. Phantom's really putting the pressure on at 2-1. The number 1 seed is feeling the heat early. Vortex tried to get some momentum back, but Phantom just isn't letting that happen right now. Phantom stretches his lead to 3-2 after that clash. Expectations were high for the number 1 seed today. Phantom is simply dominating with a 4-2 cushion. That top-rated performance is showing through in his efficiency. Phantom has really capitalized on his experience here, having won 60% of their all-time matches together. It's a psychological weight that Vortex has to carry when he's already struggling with a losing streak. The real test is whether he can actually claw back into this. Phantom is cruising now with a commanding 6-3 lead. He's really putting that ladder advantage to use today. Vortex secures a crisp kill from the ramp to tighten the gap to 4-6. That was a lightning-fast response to a tough loss. Another flawless reaction from Vortex as he refuses to fade away. He's completely erased that early deficit. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the switch. Honestly, Vortex is fighting way harder than the pre-match read suggested. He's showing a lot of grit to stay level in this one. Fresh start for both players now. Phantom edges ahead again, taking a slim 7-6 lead. The world number 1 is really starting to find his footing. Vortex is playing with incredible resolve, bringing this whole set back to a dead heat. Neither player can seem to pull away from the other. Phantom is just too sharp today, using that elevation on the ramp to put himself back in control. What a scramble, he barely clings to the round, evening the score at 8-8. Another high-tension exchange that almost went the other way. Phantom breaks the deadlock to lead 9-8. He is proving why he sits at the top of the ladder. Phantom is pulling away now to make it 10-8. Vortex is clearly struggling to match his opponent's pace tonight. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that exchange from the ramp to take a 3-round lead. His 27-11 run over the last day has been a force. Total shutout here. He is just 1 round away from victory. Vortex just stopped the bleeding and takes the lead back for a moment. Timely stop to keep things in. Boom. He closes it out with a perfect final duel to secure the victory. He definitely lived up to that top seed ranking, and he just didn't let those early challenges shake him.